Is it a crime? I fell in love with human race. She in magazines and I gotta take it. Alright. That'll give me some time.
You said you wanted to discuss age.
This even works. I don't know how they don't have kick on this. They got everything else. And I go back, I was missing, I'm missing that. Is it a crime? Fell in love with human race? No. I need this though. I need to restart, bro.
age gaps in dating and what is appropriate. So why don't we start with you, and I will open it up to the whole panel. Go ahead.
That's a good question. I think if the age gap is relatively large, and I know this can be subjective, it does definitely rub me the wrong way, whether it's the man that's younger or the woman that's way younger. Like, in both ways, it just feels a little bit predatory.
Predatory. Okay. I think before we weigh in on that, I do want to get the answer from the rest of the panel. So you think it's a bit predatory? Do you want to add to your answer at all, or?
No, I'll let everyone else.
Okay.
speak.
So you feel it's weird. You think it's predatory. Okay.
It gives me icky vibes.
It gives you icky
Vicky
vibes. Okay.
How much of an age gap are we talking?
I mean, that's up to each individual, but
I don't know.
well, you're currently in an age gap relationship, isn't that correct?
Something like that.
What do you mean? Well, you said you're
Yeah,
22, he's 32, right?
Around there. Yes.
So what do you mean around there? He's older than 32.
Like 10, 15 years older than me.
How old is, just say how old he is.
I don't know. People are watching. I don't put people on blast. But like
What's the age gap?
like 14 years.
Okay, so you're 22, so he's 36.
About there. Yeah.
Maybe it's more. Okay, well, just here.
Yeah.
You're friends with her. Do you object to her relationship? Do you think her relationship is predatory?
Well, so I've met.
Wait, did you just say a little bit?
What? No. I mean like.
I might have heard wrong, but it sounded like you whispered a little bit.
No. I was saying like, no, it's not predatory.
Oh, okay,
no,
okay.
No.
So you're friends with her. She's dating this guy. Do you think that that's a predatory relationship?
Well, having actually met this person and like gotten to know him, no. So of course it does depend on.
So it's
each
okay for your
person.
friends to date, have age gaps.
I didn't say that.
Okay.
For me, I also said it was subjective how big of the age gap it is.
Well,
For
it's
me,
a.
Well, what
she's
if it was 4
22.
years older than he is now? Then would it be too much?
Well,
But
okay.
I don't
for
think
me,
that's a large age gap though.
What's large?
for
Yeah,
me,
I'm
a large
saying
age
what's
gap
large?
is if they're within 5 years of like one of my parents' ages. So like my youngest parent is my stepdad. He's 40. So yeah, I guess 35 would be at the like pushing it. Like that's
Well,
a pretty big age gap.
So
for
me personally, I don't object to as long as they're both adults. But I would say that most people who do object to age gaps would probably find her age gap relationship objectionable. She's 22. Like, I don't find it objectionable, but I think a lot of people would, who object to age gaps would. She's 22 dating a 36-year-old, 14-year age gap.
Yeah, and in this case, you just said it's okay because.
I
you
didn't
met
say
the
it
guy.
was
for older
okay.
guys anyway.
I
you
was
know?
still I was still a little bit concerned, like wanting to know what his intentions were. So it does depend on the person at the end of the day. Like you can make these.
So then they're not
generalizations.
predatory then.
No.
I mean,
They can't be predatory if they're not predatory, right? They're only predatory based on the individuals, right?
yeah.
So that could be true about a 22-year-old, 23-year-old could be predatory.
So just for context, I mean, I was interested in somebody before who was a little bit older than 35, 36, and that felt very predatory.
Because of
But-
the individual involved.
Because of the individual.
But you said you were interested in him.
Well, both vice versa, right? But I'm saying the dynamic itself kind of felt very predatory, right? Like,
Why?
like, you know, like we just didn't have anything in common. Like going out, the looks. Going out, the looks.
What do you mean the looks?
You know, because
But you said you were interested in him.
we were both interested in each other, but I'm saying like that relationship compared to like this one now feels very different. Like I don't really even notice the age gap, but I do prefer older men. Like I don't think I could date somebody my age.
Okay.
Yeah.
But so why was that specific one predatory?
We didn't have anything in common.
So if you don't have something in like, so let's say a 23
why
and
would
a
you be
20,
interested in him?
No,
like,
no,
but
no,
let's say
after
a
while.
23 and a 22-year-old have nothing in common.
That was just one of the things.
Is it predatory to not have anything in common with
no,
somebody?
that was just one
Okay.
of the things. He like aged poorly, so like
But you said you were interested in him.
I was interested
How is him
in him at
aging
one
poorly
point.
mean he's predatory?
No.
What?
I said it felt weird. Like maybe feeling weird is a better way to describe it. But the dynamic just did not flow very well.
But you said
and
it was
and
predatory.
it felt inappropriate.
Yeah, but that's the part, the inappropriate, predatory, whatever that is, right?
Right, because I think when I first started engaging with this person, I kind of had a blinders on to the actual age gap itself, because everything was just going so great and so quickly.
So you ignored the age in lieu of what?
And in lieu of
Stuff and shit? Stuff and things?
No, just it was very.
Was it for stuff and things?
It was very exciting.
Was it for stuff and things? Did you ignore the age gap for stuff and things?
I would say more experiences. It was very exciting.
But experiences like stuff and
Like,
things?
I'll just give an example. I hope he's not watching this. I really do. So like, when was this? Last February, I was intending to go to New York for spring break with my friends, and I was just chatting to him about it. And he was like, "No, don't go by yourself. Like, I'll arrange the whole trip and arrange like a week stay
Stuff.
at a beautiful."
Here comes the things. Let's hear about the
It
things.
was just like an unforgettable experience, but a lot of attention to detail. Like, it was like, wow,
So for
I need a rack, I need a band. We just been outside, on the side.
For the material gains, you
But
ignored
he-
the
no,
age. Hang on. For the material gains, you ignored the age, right?
But he was also a really, really funny guy, dressed very well too. It's just after a while, I was just like, this is just not gonna work. I'm not very attracted to you at all.
So for the
Then
material
felt weird.
gains,
I never told him to do this. He did this for me.
right? No, I get it, but I'm just saying, like, well, I'm not attracted to you, right? This isn't really going anywhere. But thanks for the shit, right? Like, I mean, right? Is that basically what happened?
I mean, after a while, yes, it did fizz out.
All
Yes, correct. But compared to this one is like fresh and like
Okay.
sexy,
Okay. Getting everybody else's thoughts on age gap relationships.
She got a bad. She got a bad. She bad. She bad. She bad. She bad. I just made a band, making a band. Like, which one? Oh, which one is it? Jesus, which one is it? 17? They like suicide, I don't wanna win. It's not it, but still hard. Yes, sir. What is that? Which one's that?
General answer, no. Again, it depends on the individuals involved.
Well, of course, but
I mean,
Yeah.
that's the
Okay,
biggest
all
answer I
right.
can give.
I mean, again, keeping it genuine. There are times, like if I saw a 50-year-old man dating an 18-year-old girl, admittedly, I'd get the ick.
wait,
What?
wait. Sorry. An older man dating a what?
Like an 18-year-old girl.
Oh, 18-year-old girl. Okay.
That being
okay.
said, actually, listening to you on this podcast, I have learned I need to set aside my feelings and think about, okay, what is the morality of the situation?
Right.
So if I look at that, no problemo, they're
No
both
problem.
adults.
Right. So this is the thing, right? All the objections are always just, I don't like this. Why? I don't know. And it's just like, well, then I don't give a shit, right? It's just, that's just me.
I think the only valid maybe like argument you could make there is like your cognitive function isn't quite set in until you're about 25.
No, that's not even true for everybody.
I heard that was fake news.
It is fake news. In fact, the series of sociological studies, which you would be referencing to bring up the cognitive
those are
disparity
neuroscience.
between. But no, these are sociological studies. Neuroscience, especially, will be this inside of the neuroscientific field, especially. What you're talking about is one specific part of the brain which isn't fully developed in a human
they-
adult female until they're
What did
26
they say?
years
The
old.
prefrontal cortex? Is that it?
That's that
Yeah.
one part, but the thing is like, but how much? Does it?
But is it-
does
it's
it
not a-
diminish your cognitive ability by 1%?
I mean, it rings true for me. I do feel like once I got to about 25, like
Yeah, but you had
just
a whole ton of
had
experience.
a lot more ability to make better decisions.
But the problem with this is, let's assume for a second that every year you got older, it increased your cognitive ability or whatever by 1% or 2% or something like this. Some, kind of smallish type percentage. Now let's assume that that never occurred. It just stopped at 2% less than what it is now or 1% less than it is now, and you had the same exact 10 years of experience. You would still be way fucking smarter than you would be when you were 16 or 18 or 19 or 20. You would still be. So the question becomes, is it experience or is it the fact that your brain's not completely 100% developed until you're 26 years old? That just seems absurd to me. It's like
Well,
you
nothing-
weren't that much smarter at 26 than you were at 24 or even at 22.
Obviously, it's progressive.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But is it progressive due to experience or because your brain isn't completely developed till you're 26? That's the question.
I mean, I think that is what the studies show is that your prefrontal cortex kind of completely it's sort
That's
of
not even
solidified.
true for
Can we
everybody.
Google the whole like 25
Well, no, you can't because
prefrontal cortex
there's
thing?
multiple data samples on this, and no, it's not showing that you somehow get like when you turn 26, the day you turn 26, you're like, oh, eureka, my brain's done developing. Now I can go get that man that I want. Doesn't that just seem absurd on its face?
No, I don't think it's like a happens in one night.
Right. Well, it doesn't
Obviously,
happen.
we have to-
It happens. It's a gradual transition. But if you're 23 versus 26, how much more intelligent are you because of your brain development? That's the question. I think it's a question of
18
experience.
versus 26. I think everybody.
But
would
that's a question
agree.
of experience, not necessarily a question of
fair
brain
enough.
function. So I'm saying that
Maybe both.
the distinction between your brain at 18 and 26, you'd have to demonstrate that it's so significant that if you were to leave it the same and give the same amount of experience between those two ages, there'd be some massive difference. That's what those studies failed to show. That's my whole problem with it.
I mean, I haven't actually looked at studies. I don't know if you have, but
I have. This comes up quite often, and that's my whole problem with it. It's like, well, let's see what would happen if we were able to demonstrate, well, we stopped it from 20 to 26, and they have the exact same experiences, how much of a different person would they be? That's a much larger question. So I'm not willing to just say, well, because the brain's not fully developed, the day they turn 26, well, they can go get what they
yeah. But I think
know?
you at least you would agree that an 18-year-old probably isn't as good at making judgments as a 25, 26-year-old.
Well, then should they be able to vote against a 26-year-old and cancel out their very well-informed vote?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't thought
You don't
about
know?
that.
Well, if they should, if you're saying that, well, the experience of an 18-year-old woman is such that she could never make the same type of judgment call that a 50-year-old man can, fair enough, then why should she be able to cancel out his vote?
I mean, I've never stated that I believe that she
That's
should.
why I asked, should she?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't thought about it.
Well, you should think about it, because this is the same type of argument. It's like, at what point are they an adult? And if they're an adult, are they an adult or are they not? And if they're not, when are they? And if they're not, what responsibilities should they have or shouldn't they have? Because I'm not willing to be like, well, Johnny, you can go to war, but you can't go after a 50-year-old woman. It's like, well, no, I'm not so sure I'm willing to make that call. Or, hey, Tim, yeah, sure, you got drafted, but you can't smoke till you're 21 because, well, society's just said it gives them the ick, right? It gives them the ick that you smoke, Timmy. Now, go over and fight the enemies of the United States. That just seems absurd to me. You know what I mean? So when I look at it, I'm like...
I mean, I agree with that.
Yeah, if this is an experience-based thing, well, 18-year-old woman could be drafted. If an 18-year-old woman was drafted, then is she cognitive enough and smart enough to go out with a 50-year-old man?
I don't think women should be drafted at all.
Yeah,
I think women should be drafted.
But if they were, but let's just say that they were.
They should be drafted.
Women like men were drafted.
saying.
It's like, there's a war, right? We need you in the field. You're drafted, just like 18-year-old Johnny over there. Okay.
I mean,
can she go for a 50-year-old man then? Is she smart enough then to make those decisions?
I think legally she should be able to. I agree with the legal age of 18.
What's the
we
moral?
have to set some age.
So what's the moral argument?
Well, the moral argument is like everything is nuanced. So I mean, you have to look at every unique
The
situation.
moral argument is that everything is nuanced.
I'm saying things have nuance. So
yeah,
it's
I
like,
know things have nuance, but there's
we're just talking like, okay, here's stock 18-year-old girl and stock 50-year-old man. Like, I think there's a reason why people may get uncomfortable when they hear that, and I think it's valid. It probably comes out of a real...
Do you think that your grandparents were uncomfortable with that? Your great-grandparents were uncomfortable with that?
I
Because the
haven't
answer
asked them,
is
but
not really. It was not a huge social issue of the time.
I think it has been, actually.
No, it hasn't been. It was never a big social issue that there was these
we didn't
large
just
age
go,
gaps.
I know back like probably like 2,000 years ago, it wasn't.
Well, let me give you a different example. Let's say World War II, by the end of World War II, France's male population had been decimated, mostly the young men, because they just had 2 world wars. The female population wasn't decimated. Age gaps were pretty wide, right? By necessity, how are you going to procreate, right? There's no other men except these. Is it immoral then? France's male population... Let's say World War II, by the end of World War II, France's male population had been decimated, mostly the young men, because they just had 2 world wars. The female population wasn't decimated. Age gaps were pretty wide, right? By necessity, how are you going to procreate, right? There's no other men except these. Is it immoral then?
I'm not saying it. I've never made the blatant statement that it's immoral, though.
Right. So I mean, is it situationally immoral, or is it just really that it gives you the ick?
I think it's situationally immoral. Like, to try, it's a slightly different situation, but I'll try and make an example. If there's a kid, like, I have to be responsible with someone who's a minor in other dimensions. Do you know what I'm saying?
No. But I want to be charitable to what you're saying, so.
I'm trying to think of a good example, but like.
A minor or another dimension? Do you mean like their cognitive function is, if they're
You have
18,
to
is
look
like that
out-
of a 15-year-old?
You have to look out for people younger than you, and
Yeah.
and there's definitely a chance to take advantage of their innocence. So, I think that's generally what we're getting at. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you don't. There doesn't even need to be an age gap for that. You just take advantage of them anyway. At the same
You can
age,
take
you can
advantage-
take advantage of them.
I mean, there's obviously a serious problem with taking advantage of people who are much younger than you because their lack of experience and
But there would be a serious problem for anybody to take advantage of anybody for any reason, right?
what do you mean?
So, like, let's say a 50-year-old guy is taking advantage of the naivete of a 19-year-old girl in order to, I don't know, get her to do whatever the hell it is that he wants, versus a 21-year-old guy. I don't see why it's immoral, more immoral, just because the guy is 50 versus 21. I don't see what the difference is.
I would think he would know better than the 21-year-old,
He
but I
might,
would say they're both
but I'm just
wrong.
saying, it seems like it's just equally bad to me. Doesn't seem like there's this
No,
was more
you
bad
really-
to that.
Because like a 20-year-old doesn't have as much experience as a 50-year-old. I think they would know better.
Yeah, I
mean,
get
that's
it.
just my general sense.
Yeah, I get it. I understand what you're saying, but you could have a 25-year-old and a 24-year-old girl, and he is vastly more intelligent and vastly more experienced than she is.
Usually not, though.
But you could, right? And there's no ick there. The only ick would be in the distinction for age, and it's only due to like some kind of preference. But if we were to look at the immoral action, a 50-year-old man takes advantage of a 19-year-old girl, it's like, oh, yeah, that's bad. But if 21-year-old takes advantage of 18-year-old girl, that's still just as bad.
And also, as a 50-year-old man, wouldn't you want somebody who has a little more experience?
I don't know what their preferences are, but
I
the
mean, like,
question to me is
people
not
can-
even the question to me is not why do you prefer this thing X, but whether or not is this thing even a problem. So is it actually even a problem that a 50-year-old might?
You usually see people together who are roughly the same age. I think that's because they grew up in the same era. That as peers, you tend to be able to connect on a lot more. So I think maybe that's why, okay, maybe something's off there. Maybe that's a red
Unless
flag.
this social circle becomes reduced due to external factors, like for instance, war. If 40 or 50% of your male population, young male population, totally decimated, now you have these extreme age gaps. Now it's necessary. So
Yeah.
in that case, is that okay?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Well, then if that's okay, you're really just saying there's nothing really
said it
immoral
was,
here.
I never said it was never
If there's
okay.
nothing immoral, then why do we care? That's my
Because
question.
It's a red flag. It's definitely a red flag.
Okay,
outside of
well,
that
now that's
situation.
fair, right? You could say it's a red flag or something that you would look out for. That's fair enough. But I'm just saying I don't see a problem with it per se.
Not necessarily, which I've said.
Yeah.
So
Your thoughts?
I think as long as both parties are consenting adults, and it's fine.
There you have it. There you have it. Going back to some of you who said that you find it predatory or icky, do you care to elaborate on your answers? How is it predatory?
So, well, I'd like to not exactly change my answer, but I'll add more. I think it's different if two people meet, they don't know how old they are, they happen to have a connection, and then, you know, like it happens to be a pretty large age gap. But if like an older man and an older woman is purposely going on dating apps and making their age range very young, like purposely looking for these younger women, that's when it feels pretty predatory, because you're actively seeking someone way younger than you, or if you have some type of age cutoff.
Wait, an age cutoff?
Yeah, like if you're like, oh, I don't want
So
to be
you
with a
wouldn't?
woman.
Would you date a 70-year-old man?
No.
What are you doing with this age cutoff?
No, I'm
What if
saying-
you didn't know his age? It would make it okay then, right? You only thought he was 45.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, let's say you meet someone
Yeah.
and they happen to be, I don't know, whatever age cutoff, like
A lot of men have like 30
20
cutoffs.
or yeah, like 30. They're older than 30, and you're like, no, even though they're closer to your own age, that
Mhm.
means you want them to be significantly younger than you.
So what if a man, he's in his 40s, he wants to start a family, okay? He hasn't been able to for whatever reason, okay? Maybe he's been like long-term in the military, maybe he has other things going on, right? He has not been able to, but he's accrued a ton of resources. So he starts researching, goes online, he's like, how can I have a nice big family? What are the things I should be looking for? Do you think fertile woman would be like one of those big criteria for that?
Well,
If you wanted to have
there
a
are
family,
other options.
fertility in women would be a big one, right?
What are the other options?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, even though the percentage of women that are still fertile is less as they get older. There still
So?
are some, or if you really
but
want
you
So
children,
if you wanted to
that-
have 9 kids, you probably wouldn't want to marry a 30-year-old, right?
but if you want children that badly, you could adopt. Adoption.
Yeah, but you could also
if you
marry a
don't?
25-year-old.
Well, there are also women who freeze their eggs.
Yeah, I know, but what if
so
you?
much work though? You feel versus like the natural way of doing things. It's like, of course, it's like go through all that. You know, I'm not 40. I'm a chill.
Again, you could just marry a fertile 25-year-old too. You could be a 40-year-old man and go, well, she's 25, so I get the maximum amount of fertility. I want to have 7, 8 kids.
But then why weren't you trying to start that family and
Maybe
have those
it's
kids
because you were
earlier
trying to accrue resources so you could. And then if the 25-year-old says, yeah, you have the resources, I really dig you, I think you're great, I want to give you 9 kids, I could not imagine anybody at this table could ever give me a single problem with that from a moral standpoint ever. I don't think it would even be possible.
Wait, I have a question. So,
Well, let's let her respond before. Do you have a response? He's.
on? Well, I want to hear what Hallie's going to say.
No. So Andrew said he doesn't think anybody at this table would be able to raise an objection.
I don't
over
think
the
anybody
scenario.
in this country could raise an objection to this from a moral standpoint that would be in any way coherent, but I would love to hear it.
If I can add on to your question, without raising an actual argument or objection, do you find the scenario that he painted predatory or icky? 40-year-old, 25-year-old.
When you die, you go to another life. Maybe heaven, maybe purgatory, maybe hell. These are the kind of...
A little bit, yeah.
Okay,
A 40-year-old with a 25-year-old?
correct. Her prefrontal cortex is fully developed at this point. Bear in mind.
Close enough, anyway.
No.
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 Who cares? They're both happy.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Go ahead. What's your
So,
question?
I was just asking for a friend. Do you think that
She's the friend.
from a woman's perspective, having kids at 25 with someone who is 40 is disadvantageous.
I can't figure out how it would be disadvantageous
To the
from
woman?
a logical standpoint. It could be from some kind of preferential standpoint.
How old is
like-
Henry Cavill? Cavill?
His
Like they
sperm
could
might have
say,
declined.
they could say, for instance,
40. Wait, can I jump in here really quick? You know who Henry Cavill is? Nick, could you Google Henry
Oh,
Cavill?
he said Superman.
Superman.
Superman, yeah, thanks.
The Witcher, The Tudors. If anybody, I don't know if anybody knows
yeah, that
The
guy's
Tudors.
a great actor.
Oh, I know him, yeah.
Very handsome man. 40.
Okay, W Mans. W Mans. Wait, hold on. That's kind of weird for me to be saying anything. Let's look. Let's see. Boom. Okay. We're gonna put that in the new OBS vids, cause out with the old and with the new. There's, you feel me?
Years old.
Didn't he play
What?
Superman too?
Yeah, he's Superman.
Yeah.
So what was your question? The
That dude is not
40-year-old and the
That
25-year-old?
dude does not look 40, man. That
Nick?
dude looks 20, bro.
Could you Google Henry
Oh, he
Cavill?
said
That's what I'm
Superman.
saying. It's dependent. You feel me? It's dependent on like a lot of other factors, bro. It's like, you feel me? I don't know.
Superman.
Superman, yeah, thanks.
The Witcher, The Tudors. If anybody, I don't know if
Witcher's
anybody
hard.
knows
Yeah, that
The
guy's
Tudors.
a great actor.
Oh, I know him, yeah.
Very handsome man, 40 years old.
Didn't he play Superman too?
Yeah, he's Superman.
Yeah.
So what was your question? The 40-year-old and the 25-year-old?
I was asking, do you think it's disadvantageous for a 25-year-old woman to have babies?
Let me ask, do you think it would be disadvantageous for a 25-year-old woman to have children with Henry Cavill?
No.
Well,
Do you think a lot of 25-year-old women would jump at the chance to be with Henry
hang
Cavill?
on, forget that for a
Yeah.
second.
Okay.
Let me ask this easier. Let's say, for somehow, I don't know how, okay, but they froze sperm from a guy from 1915 who died. Okay, 1915. They had the frozen sperm, and a woman wanted to become a mother, right? And she looked through, and she's like, "Oh, I really want this guy from 1915. I want to have his babies, right?" And so she like artificially inseminated herself, and she had the baby. Okay. Well, didn't she actually have a child then with a dude who's like over 100 years old?
No.
No?
Well,
Wait,
yeah.
I'm a little confused by this one myself.
Didn't she?
If you freeze the sperm,
Uh-huh.
right, they're frozen.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's this 100-year-old like living
It's
man.
his
that's
18-year-old sperm or something. I guess.
Well, what if it's his 50-year-old sperm?
I don't know. That seems like
Or what if they froze it when he's 90?
But it's just sperm. It's not like you're having intercourse.
Yeah, you don't have a
with that
relationship
man.
with that person. And like what you were saying
So
earlier.
then if that's true, then is that saying that you can be in a relationship with an 80-year-old man, and as long as you don't have a intercourse with him, and you just like, I don't know, he jerks off in a cup and you inseminate yourself, then that relationship then is fine? Or
No.
no? This is what I mean. It's like,
I think that
like she says
situation
there's all kinds of nuance, and I'm like, let's see if we can find the craziest nuance we can.
An 80-year-old off in a cup is pretty crazy.
It's pretty nuanced.
Yeah.
Pretty nuanced.
Yeah, but can I ask you something? So you were grilling Hallie a little bit when she was talking about wanting these like material things from a man, blah blah whatever, and then she brought up children, and you were like, "That's a material thing as well." And now you're
The
saying
material conditions for children, yeah.
Yeah, now you're saying, so you're like, "Oh, it's wrong." I don't know if this is what you meant, but this is how it sounded like, that it's not good to just seek someone for these material things. But then in your scenario, when you're talking about this 40-year-old man actively seeking someone younger just for the material thing being the children that you had
No,
stated
what
before.
happened is she asked, would it be disadvantageous for a 25-year-old woman, right, to get married to a 40-year-old man and have his babies.
Yeah.
I can't think of how that would be disadvantageous.
But I'm talking about what we were talking about like a couple hours ago.
Yeah,
like,
but you're
towards the beginning
conflating
of the
two different
podcast.
things. So the question which was asked is, how would this be disadvantageous? I don't see how it could be disadvantageous.
I mean, I don't think it's disadvantageous
Mm-hmm.
per se.
Keep saying the same word over, it just loses meaning. I don't like, what is that even a word? Disadvantageous.
But I still think that, like, if the only reason you're trying to like build a relationship with someone younger than you is to have children with them, then that's like, why would you do that?
To
Where you live in a
perpetuate
Yeah, but what about the other
the human
values?
species
Like
so
other
people
core
like you can be
values?
alive?
No, but the other core values that you were talking about earlier, like integrity and loyalty and all
Mhm.
that, like,
You can have all of those things together.
you can, but what if you can't find that and you only find
Since
like that's
women
pretty
are
hard to
inferior
find.
virtuously.
Okay, so you mean what happens if you can't find a virtuous woman at the age of 25?
Like, yeah, so are you just going to settle for someone who you don't have that same connection with, but they're 25, so
Yeah,
they can provide
probably
you
not,
children?
no.
Or would you rather be with someone who's older? who
Yeah,
you share more
so
values
now
with, but
so
they can't
now
give
if you want to
children?
make the shift from whether or not it's disadvantageous, and you're talking specifically about the core of relationship dynamic for preference, and you're like, is the preference for this guy to only have 9 kids? If that's the case, then I guess he could compromise on his values. But if the preference is not that, if the preference is he wants to have 9 kids and a virtuous woman, then yeah, he might have to compromise on his standards. I don't see how he wouldn't be. You know, I mean, as far as looks and this type of thing. Or am I misinterpreting your question? Or am I getting something wrong here?
Well, just because you were saying that, like, a 40-year-old man who really wants a family, like, really, really badly, they're going to only look at younger women because they have a higher chance of being fertile and being able to give you those
No,
children.
I'm not saying they only would, but I would understand why they would.
Can I
Okay.
play devil's advocate from my original
I
point
wish you
on
would,
this
yeah.
topic? So if I am a hot 25-year-old woman, okay, and this 40-year-old man wants me to have his kids, don't you think that he should be providing for us for me to even consider having his kids, or no?
I think that he should be in a position in which he can provide for the children in his family. now.
Especially at almost 15 years older.
Does that mean taking you to the Bahamas and giving you $10,000, or
I never said give $10,000.
is that $10,000 a month for you to go zip lining and hang gliding? That's providing for you and the kids? Or?
No, it's not. No, it's not. Y'all taking my words out of my mouth. What I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah, I'm
saying,
joking, I'm
what I'm
joking,
just
but go
saying
ahead.
is, like, at that dinosaur age, you should
Wow.
you should be doing more than if I'm gonna go have kids with somebody my age. That's just my take.
That you should be doing more?
Yeah. Like
Do you think that a man who is in his 40s, who by your own admission is going to have more resources than a man at 25, don't you think he'd be better to provide for your children?
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Well, then he is doing more.
No, I'm just asking.
He's just not doing more for you. He's doing more for the offspring, just not for you.
So by default,
You
then,
don't get the pearls, you know. The kids get new clothes. That's how it goes. You know, you don't get the pearls, you don't get the big diamond. The kids get the better school, the kids get the better education, kids get the better life.
That sounds like a sad life.
I will just. Play
It sounds like a sad life. To make up the preferences, the
Why-
children over yourself.
No, why can't we all have a beautiful life?
I mean,
beautiful.
what? You could.
Right.
You can't. You know what? You can have it all.
Right.
You can have 5 kids and $10,000 Bahama vacations. It's just kind of everything you want.
It doesn't cost $10,000.
Princess treatment, okay? Princess treatment. A couple questions
Just
here.
dudes with bricks with gold in their pockets, just waiting. They can't wait to have nine kids.
Oh, a couple things here. Okay.
Beautiful. Beautiful. That's all I got to say. Beautiful. I don't even know what they was talking about. girl.
All right.
Okay,
I just want to talk to you about that book. It was a good segue.
Oh, did you read it?
No.
Okay.
But I want your thoughts, like
Okay.
just face to face. Why do you think college is a scam?
Okay. So, half of this audience, if you get a job, will get a job that doesn't require a college degree. 41% of kids that enter college will not graduate. And the vast majority of kids, 60 to 70% that go to college, I believe study things that are completely worthless, meaningless, and don't enrich society at all.
But is that the fault of the student or the college? Because I looked in the stats for this. it's usually because they either don't have the finances to support themselves going to college, they have mental health problems that lead them to dropping out, or stress, or their family's not supporting them. So is that the fault of college that they pick bad degrees? Is that the fault of the college that they can't support themselves, right? It's like getting a gym membership and then saying, well, I don't want to actually go work out. It's the fault of the gym.
So, a good question. So first, the 41% of kids that drop out, the federal government will fully underwrite any four-year college through FAFSA. You know that, through a student loan. Meaning, so if anyone has financial difficulty, that's not really a thing. The federal government will fully grant you your loan to any four-year university, right? So you might not want to take on that student loan burden. You might not want to take that on, but that's number one. Number two, I can't speak to the mental health issues. I doubt that 41% of the kids that graduate in that number all have mental health issues, but maybe that's the case. I'm not sure. I don't know that number. But let's talk about the institution itself. So everyone in the audience here, how many of you have had to take classes that are a waste of time, that you wish you didn't have to take, that are a waste of money, and that every single hand goes up? Look around, look around, look around, no, look around. They're scamming every kid in this audience. They are forcing them to take classes that make them poorer, that take up their time in order to get the credential. That is an institutional scam. And by the way, every other part of life is all about your own customization. Your Netflix account, how you get your burrito bowl, from how you dress, your Amazon cart is you are in charge. But you come to college and they say you must go take these 3, 4, 5 classes that are very expensive, especially for you out-of-state students, to go further into debt, study things that don't matter, to find jobs that don't exist. That sounds like a scam.
At least in my personal experience, right? Like maybe some colleges, I would say.
What are you studying?
I'm studying economics.
Right. Okay.
And what I would say is that I have a great levity and choices of classes I want to take. Even if there's a bunch of general education classes, I have a great flexibility in the class I want to take. It's up to the student if they want to take meaningless classes given their credit limit.
Okay, but I would just speculate that this school still has specific criteria of classes, right? Am I correct? Yeah, you have to take a diversity class. That sounds like a scam.
Well,
they are robbing you to take a diversity class.
It's actually not what you would typically think. I think.
I'm taking. Is it true? Do you guys have to take a diversity class?
No. This is true. This is true.
All right, so that's a scam. Let's be clear. Diversity class scam.
Can you define what a scam is?
When you are getting ripped off of with your money, your time, your resources, either beyond what is a market rate or against your will. So I'll give you an example. If you guys want to fly to New York and Spirit Airlines says we're going to charge you $2,500 for a one-way ticket, I think we'd all could agree flying Spirit Airlines for $2,500 is a scam. You know it when you see it.
It depends on how you view the worth of college. The Federal Reserve for San Francisco released a newsletter discussing the actual finances behind is college actually worth it, and they found that by age 40 you recoup the average student recoups all their costs
if they graduate.
If they graduate, and even accounting for that, other economists also state.
No, so that's an important study. If you take out the top 10%, that's not the case. So
top 10% of what?
Top 10% of graduates and income earners. So the top 10% end up flourishing with a college degree. The other 90% do not. Do you know that there are 11 million job openings in this country that pay $75,000 a year, that require 6 weeks of training, that require muscular labor or using your hands? 11 million job openings. Now, a lot of you guys are in college because you've been pushed into college saying that you must get the piece of paper, when there are good paying jobs, 11 million of them, but either your society, your parents, or your own choices are, no, I want to go to college, I want to go after that piece of paper. My contention is that there are way better options out there for a lot of students. Not every student, but a lot of other students.
Charlie, I think a part of your core rhetoric, there's actually some real truth there that I think there's people who are getting really just pressure to go to college even if they're making poor choices. I'm just saying that even while you're in college, you can make better choices to make yourself a better candidate.
I totally agree. Do you think most people do?
I know some that are making great choices.
Okay.
I know some that are making terrible choices.
So let's think about this. Why do you think, let's just say most make terrible choices? Would you say that's the case?
I'll give you 40 to 60.
Why do you think that is? Maybe because the institution incentivizes bad choices. It's easy to coast and still graduate. It's easy just to check the boxes, right? It's not an institution designed around excellence. It's around, let's get you through the mill as quickly as possible, get the piece of paper, pay your bill. Thank you very much.
But do you think that the culture around students going to college could change instead, around their decision making?
I think we need way less kids going to college. The institution itself is so broken, let's be clear. Forced diversity classes, DEI, all that stuff, it's nonsense. If it was really, college really should be closer to what Hillsdale College is, which is about wisdom, beauty, truth, goodness, not just about job preparedness. But we've lost that completely. If it's about doctors, lawyers, engineers, and the skills, of course. But you know that. It's way beyond that. I mean, people going to, not to pick on you, but you're studying economics. That's terrific. That's a good reason to go to college. It's not the best reason, I'll be honest, but it's a good reason, right? I mean, economics is a serious discipline. It's a real science. You know, we need people really rigorously studying that, so.
I saw some people with the shirt that says, school, college is a scam. It's quite the statement, and could you elaborate a little bit more on that? Do you believe college is a scam?
Yeah, half this audience, if you guys get a job, will end up getting a job that doesn't require a college degree.
Okay.
Then, so we get a job that requires a college degree.
So,
yeah, so any business that has a 50% rate of a customer being scammed will be shut down by the federal government for disenfranchising their customers. You went to Chili's, like, hey, 50% chance that our fries are going to give you food poisoning.
So if you look at college more than just getting a job, but more as educating the population, would you say that's a scam?
Well, it depends on what you think college is and what it's become. Secondly, 41% of people that enter college don't graduate. The dropout rate's insanely high.
That's true.
Third, I mean, what exactly is being taught here? It's a great question. I mean, are you learning about the beauty of Western civilization and reading the Federalist Papers of Hamilton and Madison and Jay? And do you get a positive view of America, or do you spend time on postmodernism of Michel Foucault and Jacques Derrida and Gene Stefanik and Derek Bell?
I'd say more networking.
Oh, networking.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Wait, before we go dive deep into it, what's your definition of a scam?
Where a serious proportion of your customers are not given the value proposition that they pay for.
Education, right.
Which they're not getting, yeah.
You're saying, so therefore...
Well, that's the question. You come here to get educated, you guys are coming from the wrong thing. This is just a glorified credentialing exercise.
Yeah, and that's what you're paying for, but therefore it's not
okay,
scam.
so it's not education. You're just paying for a piece of paper so you can get a job.
And education, I mean...
Oh, is it education? So
are you... It is education, sorry.
But education, what does that mean to you?
Resources, learning how to work, learning how to move around a professional workforce.
You need to go to college to learn that?
Yes, I'd say so.
I think you're being scammed, man. Take it from someone who didn't go to college. You don't need any of that stuff.
Yeah. Would you say a doctor would need a college degree?
Well, of course, but the vast majority of kids here aren't studied to become a doctor.
How many engineers are in here?
Yeah. Okay. So how many people that are studying social or liberal sciences? Social sciences. Yeah, a fair amount.
Okay. It's a personal choice. Therefore,
the vast majority of kids that go to college are social sciences, psychology, communications.
Mm-hmm.
About only 18 to 20% are studying engineering.
And you say they shouldn't go to college?
Well, it all depends. Again, it depends on what you're studying,
exactly.
Why you're there. But you don't. This idea that engineering you need a 4-year degree, you could also just learn to code in 6 months and work for Salesforce and earn $180,000 a year.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, it is true. You have to go to college to learn to code?
Not necessarily.
Okay, that's my point. I'm not saying it's easy, you just need to go to college. Secondly, what does a manager of a Walmart supercenter make a year? Anybody know?
What?
It's $400,000 a year.
$400,000?
Yeah, they don't require. Yeah, you guys should just go become a manager of a Walmart. Doesn't require a college degree. What does the average plumber make in?
Wait, what? Them niggas is rich, cuz. What the hell? I need to work at Walmart, cuz. Hell no.
Scottsdale, Arizona, $115,000 a year. What does the average HVAC technician make in Henderson, Nevada? $75,000 a year. But those don't require college degrees. There are 11 million job openings in this country right now that don't require college degrees. We are oversupplying college.
But yet you're here taking advantage of college and college students.
Am I taking advantage? Is that what I'm doing?
You're taking advantage of the space, of taking advantage of the students, not in a way of like.
Yeah, I mean,
intellectually taking advantage.
It's like going to a place to tell people you're being scammed. If you call that taking advantage, then so be it.
Yeah, I mean, you're taking advantage as you're taking my time, you're taking everyone's time,
Well,
and
you're volunteering your time too. I didn't force you.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
You're taking our time. We're
Fair enough.
investing our time.
I do this also in other places than campuses too. So.
Yeah, no, but then you're here and then you're saying college is a scam.
It is. Half of you guys will end up getting a job where your entire college debt burden means nothing. You will get a job that does not require a college degree at all. You're 4 years wasted. You shouldn't have come here in the first place. Half.
Oh, well, I disagree with you, and
all right, well,
that's fair.
I hope
Cool.
I hope it's worth
Have
it.
a wonderful day.
All right, thank you.
You dropped out of college, and your highest
community college.
Sorry, your Harper College experience.
Yeah,
I apologize.
barely was smart enough to make it through community college.
Okay, so
barely
and
made it through high school.
Your
too.
highest degree level
That's me. Barely made.
is an honorary doctorate degree from Liberty University.
No, that's true. I do have an honorary PhD.
Yeah. So essentially, what are your qualifications for arguing that college is a scam, or really having any economical knowledge at all, when likely the vast majority of the students here know more than you about economics as a whole?
Okay, so no, hold on. It's okay, guys. It's okay. Who's Milton?
Let him cook. Let him cook.
Really,
let him cook.
Having any economical knowledge at all for arguing that college is a scam, or really having any economical knowledge at all, when likely the vast majority of the students here know more than you about economics as a whole?
Okay, so no, hold on. It's okay, guys. It's okay. Who's Milton Friedman?
Who's Milton Friedman? I have no idea, and it's not important to this conversation.
Who is Ludwig?
Just clowned his ass. You gotta love it, bro. Just clown his bitch ass. Just clown his ass. I love it. It'd be ironic, bro. It'd be ironic how many people be calling me all types of names, and they actually end up being the ones that are uneducated, for example. About the public school system. Like, trust me, like, my peoples, they just did not care, bro. They just, you feel me? It's something about it where they just wanted me out. Like, they just wanted me, like, they did not like me, bro. It is what it is. Through the money, you feel me? They hated me first. You feel me? Don't be surprised when they hated me first. So I'm like, you feel me?
Ludwig von Mises.
These are all probably economists, and they're the same.
Yeah,
the same
who
thing.
is John Maynard Keynes?
Okay, obviously I know Keynes.
Clowned his
And it's okay, guys. It's okay.
Is Keynes
who's
like
Milton
from Keynes? Like, did he invent Keynes type shit?
Friedman?
Who's Milton Friedman? I have no idea, and it's not important to this conversation.
Who is Ludwig von Mises?
These are all probably economists, and they're the same.
Yeah,
the same
who
thing.
is John Maynard Keynes?
Okay, obviously I know who Keynes is.
Oh, obviously, yeah.
He's the most famous economist of all time.
You don't know Milton Friedman?
I mean, that's an economist.
Okay, how about Murray Rothbard?
That's another economist.
F.A. Hayek?
I don't know who that is.
Well, then you just came here and insulted my intelligence. You're right, I barely made it through community college because I was too busy, I don't know, starting a national youth movement with hundreds of thousands of members.
Hey, hold on, though. Hold on.
Employing hundreds of people, raising hundreds of millions of dollars, having a top 10 most popular podcast, and reaching tens of millions of people online every day.
Sure,
but hold on.
but you're also
What are my
calling all of your
qualifications?
constituents idiots
No,
by
I've
saying
never
they
said that,
participate in a
actually.
scam. Their
Hold on a
shirt's
second.
right there.
I'm
College
calling
is
the
a scam.
institution a scam.
So then
I never
why?
insulted the intelligence. I just had 10 people come up and we had warm conversations. So you asked, what are my qualifications? I'm a job creator, entrepreneur, autodidact. Do you know what that word means? Yeah, self-taught. You know, you should probably learn that word if you're going to come up and insult other people's intelligence.
Hey.
So autodidacticism is what Leonardo da Vinci was. You don't have to go to college to be wise. You don't have to go to college to be intelligent. I read 100 books a year. I visit over 150 colleges.
I'm not saying you're unintelligent. I'm just saying you lack qualifications.
Well, are you a New York Times bestseller?
Of course not. I'm in college.
Got it. So I'm just trying. What are my qualifications? I have published books, read lots of books, dialogued with a lot of people, and instead of asking what my qualifications are, can you
you're
name one thing I've
consistently
ever said?
wrong.
Hold on. Name one thing I'm wrong about.
You literally just now incorrectly cited the difference between socialism and communism. While you yourself.
How so? What did I do?
How so? You claimed that Russia was socialist. Russia was
the
never
Soviet
socialist.
Union was socialist.
No, it was a communist nation. There is a significant difference between the two.
Why did Lenin say that socialism is the gateway to communism, and he was self-described socialist
Lenin,
in his private treatise and documents in the Russian Revolution?
Lenin
before
was
he took
overtaken
over
by
the
Stalin.
capital? hold on a second. No,
So-
Lenin died, and then Stalin was his successor.
Yes.
So, but Lenin himself said, quote, that socialism is the introductory phase to communism. Did he not say that?
So then the vast majority of people, when they're referring to communist Russia, are referring to Stalin's rule over Russia. That was a communist rule that turned into a fascist rule later on.
Okay, so but what thinker was deified in Soviet Russia?
What thinker was
Yeah,
deified?
yes.
Marx.
Oh, and what book did Marx write?
Yes, he wrote Capital, and he also wrote the
Communist Manifesto. Who was his co-author?
Who was co-author?
Yeah, Engels. Good. I'm
Engels.
glad college is really paying off for you.
Hey.
So, no, but it's okay. It's fine. He comes up here and insults my intelligence. What are your qualifications? Doesn't even know the co-author of the Communist Manifesto or Das
Listen.
Kapital. But no, let me just
Again,
so
but does my lack of knowledge on that mean that I have no
but
knowledge?
you came up-
Again,
you
is
came
that the
up
same
here
thing?
and insulted me, and you came up here guns a-blazing, man. And let me just ask again, what did I say that was wrong? I said that under the generally agreed upon definition of communism and socialism, which are interchangeable terms, one is a more harsh degree of the other, is that the elimination of the family, the elimination of private property, and the deprivation of basic human rights such as right to speech, right to assembly, and right to worship. How is that not a good definition of communism or
Because
socialism
that
as per
explains
the
fascism
doctrine?
better.
Well, but in the Communist Manifesto, Marx said, quote, we are here to destroy the nuclear family and eradicate the family because it was the original oppressive, tyrannical structure. He said religion is the opiate of the masses and that private property must be eradicated. I have just now documented all three of those with evidence back to original source documents. And then in practice, Russia did all those three things. Elimination of private property, definition of communism and socialism, which are interchangeable terms. One is a more harsh degree of the other, is that the elimination of the family, the elimination of private property, and the deprivation of basic human rights such as right to speech, right to assembly, and right to worship. How is that not a good definition of communism or
Because
socialism
that
as
explains
per the
fascism
doctrine?
better.
Well, but in the Communist Manifesto, Marx said, quote, we are here to destroy the nuclear family and eradicate the family because it was the original oppressive, tyrannical structure. He said religion is the opiate of the masses and that private property must be eradicated. I have just now documented all three of those with evidence back to original source documents. And then in practice, Russia did all those three things when they were the Soviet Union. So where am I wrong?
But then at the same time, if you claim that those are all negative things, then why do you practice certain things in the doctrines that you just stated?
Well, I'm not trying to take people's stuff away. I want people to have bigger families, and I want churches to remain open.
Yeah, but the thing is
So how
your
do I
main
practice?
no, but your biggest thing, your biggest point that everyone here is for is that you're a potential white supremacist. So.
What evidence do you have that I'm a racist?
I was just literally watching a video of you talking about whiteness as a whole, talking about whiteness as a concept, okay? And you were trying to explain how white privilege doesn't exist.
Correct, it doesn't.
You are a white man. How do you know?
Because I have eyes.
Because you have eyes. That's
And
not
I
a
have
description.
reason. So what can a black person do that I can't do in America? Or
What can a
vice
black
versa?
person do?
What can I
So,
do a black person can't do, I should
Let's
say?
think of some history right here. Let's go
No,
through
no,
the
no,
history
no,
of redlining.
I don't need a history. I don't need a
Yes,
listen.
no,
you're talking about white
You do
privilege.
need a history lining. Clearly,
No,
you need a history
I know your
lesson.
talking points better than you do, and I've read all those the literature that you have. I've probably forgotten more about the literature.
History affects the present day as well, and you know that's true. If you went to college, you would know.
Well, hold on a second, but let me.
So then why are you wearing the college of the scam shirt?
Yeah, he thought he think he eating right now. He's like, now I'm eating. Now I'm eating. All right, let's see.
Or drop out.
Well, because you could.
So it's because you don't believe your own beliefs, and that's what I'm
well,
saying.
you can admit something's a scam and still get through it. That's why he's wearing it. Okay.
Well, then why?
You could feel like you're getting ripped off by an airline
But
and still
anyways,
want to get to
that's
New York.
not what we're talking
okay?
about anymore.
Like you're like, I'm getting ripped off by a $1,000 ticket, but you still get on the airplane. Like it doesn't make you a hypocrite. It means that the people are ripping you off, and a lot of you are getting ripped off. But no. So as far as white privilege, just without the history lesson of Jim Crow, segregation, imperialism, colonialism, slavery, all the stuff that I know that you're going to say, but just concretely in America today, what can a white person do that a black person can't do?
Black applicants to jobs are 50% less likely to get jobs if they have a black-sounding name.
That's not even close to being true. That's not even close to being true.
That is a literal.
In fact, it's the opposite.
I'm not going to argue your lived experience. I'm not going to. No.
See, now you have to listen to him under your rules because a black person is going to say you're wrong.
I am. He can say I'm wrong. I know.
Come on up to the mic.
I know. I read your.
My name's Keemon Dixon. I have a really black name. Please
No.
tell me how 50% of my internships have been denied when I've worked for Senator Mike Lee, Mayor Trent Sachs, Speaker Mike Schultz.
Hold on.
I've worked for Congressman Burgess Owens. I've actually worked on his campaign. I've worked on the campaigns of John Huntsman Jr. Please tell me how my black experience and my black name has not given me shit. Go ahead.
So,
I'd like to disagree with you
All right,
about college as a scam.
This guy.
Okay.
Just
You
because
gotta love these guys.
there's 50% of people who you say don't need college to get a job, why would it be a scam? There's a social impact about college, on America. College is, good.
The majority of kids that go to college when they graduate have a lower view of America than when they entered. Do you think that's a troubling thing?
I think just changing your opinion doesn't really matter too much.
Do you think that college teaches responsibility and hard work and?
Sure.
Okay, well, I find that hard to believe. Why is it that employers are more and more not wanting to hire college graduates and they actually want to hire people that didn't go to college?
What employers?
You can name them out, man. Walmart just got rid of their, even in their corporate level, so you don't need to go to college. Koch Industries, one of the largest employers in the country, from Georgia Pacific Railroad to Dow Chemical. They said we no longer want kids that have gone to college because they end up causing problems because they're super entitled and they're like, oh, what are my pronouns? And they have all this like left-wing nonsense that they've been filled with.
Well, then you have engineers, doctors, lawyers, people that
Sure,
make...
we need that, but that's less than 20% of the people that go to college.
Yeah, but
college is
it'd
an
be wrong to say
institution.
college is a scam if 25% of people become great people. Lawyers, doctors, engineers.
That's
able
not
to
what
really
college
help the
currently
world.
is, though. Again, I'm happy to have you read the book. College is a scam. I wrote it. I can have a more wordy thing, which is the vast majority of people that go to college are receiving a scam for the money that they're borrowing. The vast majority. Of course, there's exceptions. You can make whatever you want with your life. I mean, you could. But I mean, when you enter into an enterprise,
Yeah,
you
but
need to know
most
that
people
you are
that go into
currently-
college
let
make
me
more
prove this
money
to
at
you.
the end.
How many of you guys have to take classes that are a waste of time that you wish you wouldn't have to take? Every single hand. You're being scammed against your will to take classes that make you go further into debt. Why can't you say I don't want to take this class? Why are you Why as a customer you can't
Can
say?
you do a differential equation?
You what?
Can you do a differential equation?
Can I do
Can
a
you explain to me the anatomy of a human?
like somewhat off the top of my head?
You know what psychology is.
Yes, I do know what psychology.
Okay,
I've read
can you
Freud and I've read
explain
Jung.
to me?
Do you want me to explain psychology? That make you go further into debt. Why can't you say I don't want to take this class? Why are you Why as a customer you
Can
can't
you
say?
do a differential equation?
You what?
Can you do a differential equation?
Can I do
Can
a
you explain to me the anatomy of a human?
like somewhat off the top of my
You
head?
know what the truest thing I ever heard, bro? Why, you feel me? I was like, this is facts, bro, because this is not fair, bro. Why, as students, we have to learn all subjects, but teachers, they couldn't be, these teachers, they wouldn't be able to teach all subjects. You feel me? Like, that doesn't even make sense. That to me is like, what?
Psychology is.
Yes, I do know what psychology.
Okay,
I've read
can you
Freud and I've
explain
read Jung.
it to me?
Do you want me to explain psychology?
Well, you can't explain
Is
it to the depths of a bachelor's degree or a PhD.
Well, hold
or
on a second.
master's.
Time out. I've sat here with no notes, no phone, and debated people with
Yeah, 'cause
PhDs,
you study this
masters.
'cause it's your job.
Hold on. I didn't go to college, man. That's the point. Is you could do whatever you want without a college degree. You could listen to podcasts, read books. You don't.
A human.
It just feels like a cage, bro. Like, I'm trying to tell you, every single time I entered that building, it was like, bro, back to slavery. Back to slavery. Nobody is, you know, it's easy, bro. But that's beautiful. How I ate them bitches. You feel me? Like, man. You feel me? Sometimes, you feel me, don't be too chill. Sometimes you gotta, you feel me? But I like the way that I played it. I was like, I'm gonna take them.
Like somewhat off the top of my head.
You know what psychology is.
Yes, I do know what psychology.
Okay,
I've read
can you
Freud and I've read
explain
Jung.
it to me?
Do you want me to explain psychology?
Well, you can't explain it to the depths of a bachelor's degree or a PhD.
Well, hold
or
on a second.
master's.
Time out. I've sat here with no notes, no phone, and debated people with
Yeah,
PhDs,
'cause you study
masters.
this 'cause it's your job.
Hold on. I didn't go to college, man. That's the point. Is you could do whatever you want without a college degree. You could listen to podcasts, read books. You
Think
don't
about
need
if
to go.
Gauss wasn't able to go to the University of Göttingen. That's
Say-
literally the reason.
I can't hear what you
Gauss-
said. What'd you say?
You know Gauss, right? Mathematician.
Yeah, vaguely, sure. Okay.
Vaguely.
Yes, vaguely. Yeah.
Oh,
Do you know who
okay.
Milton Friedman is? Do you know who Herbert Marcuse is? You know who Thomas Sowell is?
Do you use a phone?
Do you know who Gouverneur Morris is?
Well, that's 'cause of Gauss.
No, you don't. So I could do gotcha too.
Like
so before
Euler
you try to
went
get
going
off
to
your ivory
university
tower
is the
and understand
reason
that not everybody.
he was able to become so proficient in mathematics.
So here's
and
the
change
thing.
the world.
The majority of kids that go to
Most
college
people
are
that get
more
a
depressed than when they
PhD
enter.
degree are able
Secondly-
to perform much better in their field than someone who doesn't.
Well, then, if that's the question, if that really is true, if college is this amazing accelerant, then why do so
I
many
wouldn't say
people?
it is accelerant, but if you're looking at a
let me
field of
finish.
science,
Let
right?
me finish, man.
And you want to
Have you taken a
accelerate that field of
communication
science,
course, or have you not done
you
that yet?
need a degree.
All right. Let me make my point. If that's the case, why do half of these kids end up with anywhere between $50,000 to $100,000 in debt, and they end up getting a job that says, "Oh, sorry, you never needed the degree in the first place"? Why is that the case? Tell me.
People on average, once going to college, make more money.
Hold on, that's not true. They end up getting a job.
That is.
No, that's only if they graduate and it depends on the field of study. Do you know the average college graduate now is getting a job at $61,000 a year. The average plumber after 18 months, $68,000 a year.
Well,
the
sure,
average
but the
welder,
plumber isn't able to
$72,000 a
study
year.
with peers.
The plumber didn't go to college. The plumber went to trade or technical school. There's 11 million job openings that do not require a college degree in this country.
Well, who
11
engineered the
million.
stuff plumbers use?
I'm sorry, what?
Who engineered the stuff plumbers use?
I'm sure someone here. I mean, it's like
someone with a
it's like
degree
saying who
from
designed
college.
the airplane for the pilot to fly. I mean,
someone with a degree that went to college. Pilots go to college.
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying you get rid of all places of higher learning. The way it's currently comprised for you guys, the amount of debt you have to go into, the classes
Well, you
that
say
you have to
don't
take.
get rid of places of higher learning, but then you go on to
you're
say
interrupting me
college
every
is a
15
scam.
seconds. You're not debating in good faith because it is a scam. So let me ask you a question. Can you point to other things of American life the last 100 years that have been scams? For example, when they run an advertisement, they say buy these pills because we're going to make you super muscular, and they don't have all the fine print that it might not work, and you have to have a monthly subscription. We shut down that business for being
That's
a
a little
scam.
different, though. That's a
How is it
product.
different? Hold on a second. When you show up to college, did they tell you you have to take all these classes that you didn't sign up for? Did they? It said that you're gonna have to take all these different classes. Did they tell you that half of you guys would not ever use your degree when you go into your career? How many of you guys knew that? You guys knew that when you signed up?
Well, college
knew
is
that.
what you
then
make of
you
it,
guys
right?
You guys are willingly participating in the scam. Good for you. The point is this, is that most kids know deep down they're getting ripped off. The number one thing I hear from people across the country in corporate America, boy, college is a waste of time. Boy, I wish I never would have gone. Now I have $60,000 in debt, $70,000 in debt. I wanted to start a business, but now I don't have the credit to do it. Instead, we are wasting our most prized possession, our 18 to 22-year-olds, to go stick them at many universities when they shouldn't be here in the first place. And it is a failed project. It is making us poorer. It is and by the way, just look at the actual numbers over a period of time. Has it worked? Is homeownership now going up for young college
Well,
graduates?
how are we going to blame that on college, though?
There's
a lot of different reasons that people are not able to buy homes.
It's the most equally applicable thing across the board for a
I wouldn't
generation.
say so.
And if you look at the average, how much debt do you have to go to school, by the way?
None.
None? Okay, wow. Are you on scholarship or?
Yeah.
Okay, so who's paying for your college then?
Probably the federal government.
Okay, so I'm paying for your college, is what you're saying. My taxes are paying for your college. So wait, you're on grant or what?
I'm not going to discuss my college finances with
Well, no,
you.
this is really important. This is why you're so defensive of college.
Yeah?
This is why you're so forceful. Because you don't have to walk around the rest of your life with a $100,000 student
I know
loan debt.
plenty of people that
because-
have part-time
hold on a second.
jobs and go to college.
This explains you perfectly. I, the taxpayer, when I write my check to the IRS, I'm subsidizing your ability to go to college.
Okay. When
And I think that's a
write
huge
my
mistake,
check to the
'cause-
IRS, I
'cause
also give money for people to go to college.
You should have skin in the game. You should, and you don't right now. You are doing a freeloading thing. Of course, you should be defensive of
I
college.
pay taxes. I pay federal taxes.
Yeah,
I pay state taxes.
I'm
Well,
sure I pay a little
state
bit more
income
than you, but
taxes,
that's a separate issue. But the point is this: is
That's
that
probably true.
do you think you pay anywhere close to the tuition value you get at the school? Probably not.
Yeah, probably I do. It's like $5,000 a semester. It's a lot of money, but you get a lot out of
Wait,
that.
hold on. How much is it to go to school here?
It's around $5,000.
So in-state.
In-state, yeah.
Okay, did that include room and board and tuition?
No.
Okay, how much does that cost?
Room, board, tuition, all of it's around 11,000.
11,000 a semester. So you pay $22,000 a year in taxes?
No.
Okay, got it. So you're in a tax deficit, which means the U.S. taxpayer is subsidizing your education. That's fine. I'm not faulting you for it, but this is why you're so defensive, is you're detached from the price. You're detached from the cost. It's easy to be defensive of something you're not paying for. Tilt it up, yeah.
Yeah, no problem. I'm going to keep it short and sweet.
Chad. Yeah, no problem. Chad.
I'm just curious about your stance on college as a scam, because I feel like, according to the Hamilton Institute, people who get bachelor degrees over a total lifetime earnings will earn over $1 million more than those who don't. And also, I feel like college is an important place for people to like go learn valuable life lessons. And also, it's good to have like a balanced society, because then you're going to get artists, you're also going to get architectures, you're going to get engineers, you're going to get all sorts of different people that we need in society. Because, like, what's the point in living if we don't have writers or artists? You know. So I just want to get your take on that.
The question is, do the best writers learn to write in college? Probably not. No. The best writers are gifted writing, and they learn to write by writing. And I would just argue that this kind of holistic view you get, for example, what are you studying? Can I ask?
Economics.
Okay. So what do you think of Thomas Sowell?
I actually really like him. I bought his book, Basic Economics.
Great.
He's one of the first economists I ever
Do they
looked
teach it
at.
here?
Not yet, but also I've only been
Okay,
for like
so now
1
you're proving
year.
my point. If you're studying economics and they're not teaching Thomas Sowell, you're not getting an education, you're getting an indoctrination.
Well,
and you're
no.
being scammed.
Okay.
Milton Friedman, do they teach Milton Friedman here?
No, but I'm aware of him.
Okay, Ludwig von Mises.
I'm aware of him, but no.
Can I ask?
Economics.
Okay, so what do you think of Thomas Sowell?
I actually really like him. I bought his book, Basic Economics.
Great.
He's one of the first economists I ever
Do they
looked
teach it
at.
here?
Not yet, but also I've only been
Okay,
for like
so now
1
you're proving
year.
my point. If you're studying economics and they're not teaching Thomas Sowell, you're not getting an education, you're getting an indoctrination.
Well,
and you're
no.
being scammed.
Okay.
Milton Friedman, do they teach Milton Friedman here?
No, but I'm aware of him.
Okay, Ludwig von Mises.
I'm aware of him, but no.
Murray
Well-
Rothbard, hold on.
No.
F.A. Hayek.
No.
Frederick Bastiat.
No.
You're not getting
No.
economics education, you're getting an indoctrination. You should know every single, it's not your fault, but what you're paying for or going into debt for is not a real economic education. Those are the people that theorized about free markets, and which is a legitimate school of thinking, monetarism, private property rights, and the fact that I'm not criticizing you, I'm criticizing the institution that's failing you, that you don't know what these people believe and you're not being taught that rigorously, proves my point that college is a scam.
Yeah, but again, I've only been here like a semester and a half. So.
But what do you know who John Maynard Keynes is?
Heard of him. Actually, we did read about him a little bit.
Okay, so you read about John Maynard Keynes, but
In
you were
class.
Keynes.
Yeah, in class. I learned
Yeah,
about it
okay.
in class.
Right, so that's my point, is that they'll teach you Keynes, but they won't teach you one out of the 7 people that I mentioned of Bastiat, Hayek, von Mises, Rothbard, Sowell, or Friedman. And that proves my point, which is that it's all demand side, it's all one picture of an economic argument that is not the complete picture of what, now maybe later on you'll get a supply side, economics teacher here, but this idea that you go to college to kind of get your worldview liberated, yet you get your worldview altered, to be perfectly honest. Secondly, to your point of earnings over a period of time, it matters completely and solely on what you study.
Yeah.
If you study the liberal arts, even after 10 years, study came out yesterday, 16 lowest paid majors happen to be some of the highest majors that people actually go and study, which is liberal arts, sociology. God bless people that do that stuff, I suppose. But you're also filled with all of the woke rubbish that is infecting our society.
What exactly do you mean by college is a scam?
What exactly?
Liberated.
What do you mean? I'm not even
Is
about
not
to
the-
clown dude like that. I'm not even about to clown dude. Let me chill out. Feel me? Treat people the way you want to be treated.
Complete picture of what, now maybe later proves my point, which is that it's all demand side, it's all one picture of an economic argument that is not the complete picture of what, now maybe later on you'll get a supply side, economics teacher here, but this idea that you go to college to kind of get your worldview liberated, yet you get your worldview altered, to be perfectly honest. Secondly, to your Keynes is?
Heard of him. Actually, we did read about him a little bit.
Okay, so you read about John Maynard Keynes, but
In
you were
class.
Keynes.
Yeah, in class. I learned
Yeah,
about it
okay.
in class.
Right, so that's my point, is that they'll teach you Keynes, but they won't teach you one out of the 7 people that I mentioned of Bastiat, Hayek, von Mises, Rothbard, Sowell, or Friedman. And that proves my point, which is that it's all demand side, it's all one picture of an economic argument that is not the complete picture of what, now maybe later on you'll get a supply side, economics teacher here, but this idea that you go to college to kind of get your worldview liberated, yet you get your worldview altered, to be perfectly honest. Secondly, to your point of earnings over a period of time, it matters completely and solely on what you study.
Yeah.
If you study the liberal arts, even after 10 years, study came out yesterday, 16 lowest paid majors happen to be some of the highest majors that people actually go and study, which is liberal arts, sociology. God bless people that do that stuff, I suppose. But you're also filled with all of the woke rubbish that is infecting our society.
What exactly do you mean by
to kind of get your worldview liberated, yet you get your worldview picture of what, now maybe later on you'll get a supply side, economics teacher here, but this idea that you go to college to kind of get your worldview liberated, yet you get your world, one out of the 7 people that I mentioned. What, do you know who John Maynard Keynes is?
Heard of him. Actually, we did read about him a little bit.
Okay, so you read about John Maynard Keynes, but you were Keynes.
Yeah, in class. I learned about it in class.
Right, so that's my point, is that they'll teach you Keynes, but they won't teach you one out of the 7 people that I mentioned of Bastiat, Hayek, von Mises, Rothbard, Sol, or Friedman. And that proves my point, which is that it's all demand side. It's all one picture of an economic argument that is not the complete picture of what, now maybe later on you'll get a supply side, economics teacher here, but this idea that you go to college to kind of get your worldview liberated, yet you get your worldview altered, to be perfectly honest. Secondly, to your point of earnings over a period of time, it matters completely and solely on what you study. Yeah. If you study the liberal arts, even after 10 years, study came out yesterday, 16 lowest paid majors happen to be some of the highest majors that people actually go and study, which is liberal arts, sociology. God bless people that do that stuff, I suppose. But you're also filled with all of the woke rubbish that is infecting our society.
What exactly do you mean by college is a scam?
Good question. I wrote a whole book about it. Largely the value proposition that you are being offered is not worth the time or the money that many of you are forking over. There's exceptions to that generally, but for example, the vast majority of students that graduate from four-year college, they'll end up getting a job, if they get a job at all, in a career or a job that doesn't require a college degree. So henceforth, asking the question, why do they go to college in the first place?
Okay, now what do you mean about jobs that don't require a college degree?
Like working at Starbucks as a barista.
Okay. So what exactly do you mean by the value proposition not being sufficient for the cost of going to college?
Yeah, so, going $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 into debt, that's a significant thing. And hopefully if you're going to do that, you're going to be able to prove and have some value for that reason. So for example, there was a study that just came out in the last day, the 16 lowest paying job majors, and the vast majority of those are actually what kids study in college, right? Communications, liberal arts, things of that nature. And so the question is, why even go to college at all if you're just basically getting a credential that is worth less and less money in the marketplace? Now, if you study engineering, if you study finance, terrific, but the scam also is just beyond the financial value proposition. It's the ideological pollutants that are spread on college campuses and the, let's just say, some of the left-wing indoctrination that occurs here as well.
Okay, so moving aside from that red herring there, I myself am a communication major, and I am very well aware of the communication majors who just take a 4-year degree and go into jobs that either don't require a degree or...
Try to get as close to the mic as you can. Is that okay? Thank you. It's okay. Yeah.
But anyways, I'm aware of the communication majors who only get a bachelor's degree, and if they're lucky, they're only able to get research assistant jobs in communication, or not even get a job that requires a degree at all. But would not those who continue on to get masters and doctorates in communication, who get hundreds, who get $100,000 a year or $200,000 a year research jobs, would that not counteract the total economic, socioeconomic value of those who just go into college and then end up Starbucks baristas?
Potentially, yeah. Also master's degrees are expensive, right? PhDs are expensive, so you're looking at least at $150,000 to $200,000 in debt, minimum, if you're going to do that. And if that's the path you want to take, so be it. But there are 11 million job openings in the country right now that pay $80,000 or more that don't require a college degree. 11 million job openings. And I don't think we're always telling our young people, you know, the next generation, that these jobs are available to you. It's an expectation that you go to four-year college, and in fact, you're treated and almost considered to be dumb if you don't go to four-year university. And I think that's a big mistake. And not to mention the vast majority, 41% of kids that enter college do not graduate. There's something deeply wrong with the system.
So, from what you're telling me, though,
final point.
From what you're telling me, though, it sounds more like the problem lies not in college itself, but rather the individual paths that people choose who look at a situation, make the wrong decisions, don't stay in school as long as they need to in order to get the career that they want.
Or they drop out because they don't see the value. They drop out because they don't think it's worth their time. And again, half of this audience, after 10 years, if they get a job, they'll end up getting a job that didn't require them going to college in the first place. Half. That sounds like a scam. Why are they here in the first place? Why are they borrowing all this money and spending if they don't think it's worth their time? And again, half of this audience, after 10 years, if they get a job, they'll end up getting a job that didn't require them going to college in the first place. Half. That sounds like a scam. Why are they here in the first place? Why are they borrowing all this money and spending 4 years on a university just to go get a job that never would have required them to get the degree or the debt or the 4 years being spent on campus? Thanks for the time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Do you view democracy as an American value, something that's very important to the fabric of this country?
No. Where is democracy in the U.S. Constitution?
Oh, okay. So are you...
No, hold on.
Okay, this one's about to be fire. I can tell, because she came in with the facts. She came in with the facts like I'm Dax.
The word democracy.
I don't think the word democracy is
it's
in
not.
the
So
Constitution.
where is the word democracy in any of the founding fathers?
A lot of the founding...
Where is democracy in the U.S. Constitution?
Oh, okay. So are you...
No, hold on. Where is the word democracy?
I don't think the word democracy is
it's
in
not.
the
So
Constitution.
where is the word democracy in any of the founding fathers?
A lot of the founding fathers had extremely elitist viewpoints around who should...
Hold on. I just want to... You said the word democracy, so I want to get back to our roots.
Yes.
Where is democracy mentioned?
I don't...
In the Federalist Papers, the Constitution, or the Declaration?
I think it's good that this country has moved away from things that were
So
explicitly believed by the founding
in the Federalist
fathers.
Papers, and it's mentioned negatively as a problem. So you ask me, is democracy a fundamental American value? I say no.
Okay.
Because I go back to our roots. And Hamilton, Madison, and Jay...
Oh, I know that Hamilton was anti-democracy.
No, well, hold on,
these
let me
people
finish.
thought that people should be
But
owned as
I want to be
property.
clear. I am pro-representative government,
Okay.
but I'm not pro-democracy. That's a big difference, and that distinction's important. But you asked very specifically about democracy, which is not an American value. It never has been and never should be, because what is democracy? Democracy is majority rule no matter what. That there's no provisions of checks and balances, no inalienable rights, no separation of powers, pure if the majority gets it, the majority wants it as quickly as possible.
I don't advocate pure democracy. I do understand that we live in a
Cool.
representative, like we live
Got
in a
it. So
republic,
I
and
believe
I
in
understand these things.
representative
Yeah.
government.
Okay.
And you might say I'm splitting
Well,
hairs on words, but I'm not.
Well, just coming from a place where, on some level, we have a level of democracy in this country, and people vote, and it is part of their civic duty to vote.
Sure.
Yes. Do you not think it is in the greater interest of this country at large that its citizens are as educated as possible to therefore be able to participate in that
I
system?
think they should be as wise as possible, and I don't think that education and wisdom are the same thing.
Yeah,
In
I
fact,
understand.
I think college disincentivizes the cultivation of wisdom.
In the age where there is such a hypersaturation of, and we've seen this, like extremely polarizing, different, like people are getting their news from wildly different sources.
Yes.
People just don't interact with the other side at all. Do you think that being an autodidact in any sense of the term is going to give you a thorough and rigorous education if you are like so likely to end up sucked into these holes where you're never
Well,
interacting
that's not my
with
only
people who
form
have,
of learning. I meet
Okay.
a lot of cool people. I learn from people like you and others. I mean, I'm listening when you're talking. It's not just a shtick. You haven't won me over on any of it, but you had an opportunity to. But I'm glad you attempted to. But yeah, I mean, you learn in other ways other than just sitting in a classroom, listening to a professor drone on for 90 minutes and pretending to read his book and paying $20,000 a semester to cheat on the exam at the end of the semester.
I think college is what you make of it. I think
I agree. So is
people,
life.
people are selling themselves short on
No,
their
I
education
agree.
if they don't
You can listen to
get
as many
anything out of their
podcasts as you
classes.
want. You can meet interesting people. And
Academia does have like an actual level of like you have to prove that you're worth your salt at least to have peer-reviewed papers published,
I mean, yeah,
which
if
you
you get
don't
a
have
P-
to do to start a podcast.
If you get a PhD, yes, but hold on. So is your contention that I'm not informed or not worldly or not wise? I want to be clear.
I'm not making any claims about your specific level of being informed. I'm
Okay.
saying the general like rhetoric on the right against education, against higher education
Well, hold on.
specifically.
Why do you think it is? Is it because you think we hate smart people, or is it that there's something happening here that we really think is troubling?
I think it's much easier to control people who are less educated.
See, now you're a conspiracy theorist. So, no, it's...
Anti-intellectualism is a hallmark of fascism.
Do you think
Yeah.
we're against higher education because it largely has created an ungrateful, unprepared generation that goes into the American body politic and does not share the core American values of freedom of speech, gratitude for our founding, consent of the governed? In fact, it's hyper-radical. And it's against our traditions, our norms, and our customs, and it's created massive fissures. We call that the woke mind virus, if you will.
Okay, that makes...
It's not because people are easier to control. In fact, we love learning. I learn every day. In fact, that's why I'm pro Hillsdale College, where it's probably one of the hardest colleges in the country to get into and graduate from. The problem is that when you are learning largely trash and crap, and you're not going in the pursuit of truth, beauty, or goodness, and you're not trying to inculcate wisdom or good character,
There's no oversight on online political punditry to make sure that you're in pursuit of wisdom and goodness.
No, of
like
course
you
there's not. I mean-
directly profit from propagating viewpoints that are more polarizing and that suck people deeper into more conspiratorial
well, hold on.
thinking.
So what you're doing is you're actually insulting the audience, not me. Because the vast majority of this audience actually enjoys watching my videos, and they enjoy hearing from me.
I never said your audience didn't enjoy watching your videos.
Because you say I'm profiting. The way
You do profit, like you
who do you think-
financially,
hold
you
on
make a
second.
ton of
Who do
money
you
from
think
getting more
rewards me,
clicks.
though? The audience rewards me because they find that I bring some value.
Well, I don't
and that they
necessarily
learn
think
something from
that
me.
whatever gets
I
the
wanna get
most
to the next
eyes
question.
on a specific.
But
yeah,
it's
no, I
easy to
understand.
attack me as exploitation. What I say is actually very popular and resonates with people. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Should I just like go and then just come back? Yeah, fuck. Because I did that last time. That was lit. All right. We gotta turn this
Hey, what's up? It's Set Beats, and for a limited time, I'm offering 5 of my best beats for free. 100% free, commercial rights included. All you
Why on earth would you think that God has any time to give a rip about you? And I had to look that student in.
Cliff was young, gang. How long has he been doing this, bro? Cliff was young, Brody. It is what it is. Put some money on your head and spins for the wins. But yeah, it's all love, bro. Like, at the end of the day,
face and say, sir, you are sharp. You understand the absurdity of the gospel of Jesus Christ far better than the typical American. The typical American says, of course God loves me. God knows a good thing when he sees it.
I feel so old when I watch this.
Christ, to me, didn't have to be divine to be unbelievably important. Those words he created, they stand alone.
Great.
They don't require any theory of God.
Good.
And I mean,
but what you have to acknowledge is that although he did teach us how to pray, he also called us to put our faith in him. Although he did teach us how to pray, he also made the claim to be God in human form, which means if he is mistaken about his identity, that's pretty sad.
Well, just as I've given you my interpretation, I would say that's your interpretation.
No, there is no way that you can escape the New Testament claim, both in the Gospels from Jesus and in the other writings of the New Testament, that Jesus claimed to be God in human form.
I don't want to escape anything. I'm simply saying, and I don't think you can escape the fact that you're presenting your interpretation.
And I don't think you can escape the fact that anybody who, with an honest, open mind, reads the New Testament can walk away saying the New Testament doesn't claim that Jesus is God in human form. Well, I mean, you can do it, obviously, but I don't see how you, as a thinking human being, can honestly read the New Testament and walk away saying, no, Jesus didn't claim to be God, he just claimed to be a good teacher. Okay. I am not on the top, I'm not the winner. In fact, I hopped all over the case of a student who tried to picture what we're doing out here as who can win the argument. It's not the issue.
Right.
The issue is what is true, what is real. For me as a thinking human being, I have a longing to understand truth, to be in touch with reality, not to live in fantasy land.
How do you distinguish the faith of a Christian who said Jesus is God and the faith of a member of Heaven's Gate who committed suicide and said, we're going to heaven with that alien ship?
You bet. This gentleman asks, how do you distinguish between the faith of a follower of Christ from the faith of someone who said we're going to go to heaven in that spaceship?
Are you familiar with Heaven's Gate?
Right, you bet. Whenever anybody says to me, Cliff, it doesn't matter what you believe, just as long as you're sincere, I have a strong disagreement with them. The validity of faith is not determined by sincerity or genuineness. Rather, the validity of faith is determined by the validity of the object of your faith. If my boy is sick and dying, and I go into the bathroom and pull a bottle of what I think is medicine out of the medicine chest, if I sincerely believe that the contents of this bottle will heal my boy, if in reality the contents of that bottle is poison instead of medicine, I don't care how sincerely I believe that the contents of this bottle will heal my son. If I give the contents of that bottle to my son, he will get worse. He will not improve. Just because someone sincerely believes something does not make it true. Now, what is so sad in our culture is we have overreacted to religious fanatics. And we have said, all right, see those religious fanatics there? The real key is tolerance. And so, because we don't want to be like those religious fanatics, because we want to be tolerant, we have concluded that when it comes to religion, truth does not matter. What matters is sincerity. Just be a nice guy, will you? Just be a fairly emotionally balanced guy. Don't get like those religious fanatics. Now, I deplore religious fanaticism. I am embarrassed by the Crusades, the Inquisition, the Salem witch trials. But just because there are religious fanatics around does not mean that I'm going to throw out truth and say, well, I don't really care what you believe, just be sincere, just be a nice guy. No, I as a human being am concerned about truth, reality. I don't want to live in la-la land. So, the validity of faith is not determined by its sincerity. I would never question the sincerity of a Shiite Muslim who drives a truckload of dynamite into Marine barracks in Beirut. Incredibly sincere, probably more sincere than I am. But I am convinced the object of the Shiite Muslim's faith is not reliable. That is why I would plead with the Shiite Muslim, the member of Heaven's Gate, consider Jesus Christ. Why? Because the evidence is that Jesus Christ is more reliable than these other options.
So you're saying that that Christianity is more valid than other religions because the evidence points to it being true, but then how can you have faith in it?
Okay, good. First point. A little boy once said, faith is believing what you know to be a lie. That is totally false. That's bad faith. Someone else has said to me, Cliff, faith is believing.
You can tell he's getting a little older. I can see it. He's getting a little older.
Even though there's no evidence. No, that's not good faith. That's gullibility. That's blind faith. Faith, for me, I hope for all of us, is believing based on evidence. But the evidence takes me so far, and the evidence stops, and that's where faith takes over. Example. I don't know this guy real well, but I do know him a little. The reason I trust him with my wallet is because the evidence is he's a reliable guy. There have been people out here this...
He wanted to take that mug. I could feel the devil. I could feel him just like, you feel me? Them temptations.
Week. That I would never do what I just did to him. Because the evidence is they are not reliable. This gentleman and I disagree, but he has treated me very respectfully. I've tried to treat him respectfully. I think I could trust him with my wallet. But there have been some other people out here that I would never trust with my wallet. Why? Because the evidence is he's responsible. The evidence is he's responsible. The evidence is these other rascals out here are highly irresponsible. I believe in Jesus Christ, not because the evidence is he's irresponsible. I believe in Jesus Christ because the evidence is he is highly responsible. He is highly trustworthy. And that's what Paul argues in 1 Corinthians 15. Paul argues, if Jesus Christ is not risen from the dead, we're fools for believing in him. Because the evidence is he is highly responsible. He is highly trustworthy. And that's what Paul argues in 1 Corinthians 15. Paul argues, if Jesus Christ is not risen from the dead, we're fools for believing in him. We are fools for believing in him. Why? Because while Jesus was alive, he said, I'm going to die and rise from the dead. And if he didn't back it up by resurrecting from the dead, we're idiots for believing in him. See, I love that. Because that's the way I live my life.
I understand what you're saying, but how can you distinguish between the validity of what... I mean, I've known people of other religions and other philosophies to claim that they're just as valid. And how is one to determine which is more valid or which is...
Great question. You're right. People of different religions say, buddy, this is the truth. And your great question is, well, what am I supposed to do? You are supposed to study the object of their faith. And you're supposed to, on your own, using the good mind that God has given you, look for evidence of reliability. And if the evidence is lacking, please do not trust. But if the evidence is that this object is reliable, then trust.
Just like, I'm curious how this, this whole human love concept applies to other people when you don't even love yourself completely and, believe you're a beautiful being. You believe you're beautiful, but at the same time, there's, this dichotomy where you're flawed and just inherently bad.
Man.
And I don't buy into that at all.
All right.
That's what I don't get.
I am convinced that because you're a human being created by God for a purpose, you should affirm your value as a human being, and I should affirm your value as a human being. And Christ commands me to love you, to respect you as a fellow human being. And Christ commands me to affirm my life and to thank God for the amazing gift of life he's given me. That's the basis of a healthy self-image.
Okay, that's, whose God is being the moral absolute here? So, Gandhi, say Gandhi, you respect Gandhi, but he goes to hell because he's Buddhist, or like?
No, I don't know whether Gandhi's going to heaven or hell. I don't know what Gandhi decided about Christ before he was assassinated. So I would never say that Gandhi's going to hell. I don't know that.
But it all hinges on Gandhi's decision on Christ.
No. First of all, it all hinges on, did Gandhi love God and love people? If he did perfectly, then he's going straight to heaven. But if Gandhi chose to hate, if Gandhi chose to be apathetic, then Gandhi's in trouble. And one of the reasons I respect Gandhi is because he writes very clearly about how when he lived in South Africa, he had some pretty racist attitudes. You know, whenever you meet a truly good person, what you notice is they don't live in this fantasy land, I'm morally perfect. Whenever anybody says, I'm a really good person, I'm a morally perfect person, you feel like going, oh gosh, bud, why don't you wake up and smell the coffee? At times, we all do good, and at times, Gandhi did a tremendous amount of good. But at other times, we all do some things that we like to cover up. We're embarrassed about. We experience guilt. Well, Gandhi was very vulnerable and very honest about his racist attitudes he had when he lived in South Africa, and I respect him for that kind of honesty. Well, I'm the same way. At times I do good, and at other times I do some pretty selfish, mean things. That's just called being honest and open and vulnerable. Now, Jesus says, guilt is God's alarm system. Watch out. You've done wrong. Your evil separates you from God, as well as obviously says, it's just called being honest and open and vulnerable. Now, Jesus says, guilt is God's alarm system. Watch out. You've done wrong. Your evil separates you from God, as well as obviously separating you from people. But Christ bled and died on a cross to forgive you and to tie you back into an eternal love relationship with the living God. I mean, that's how much God loves you. You talk about a healthy self-image. When you begin to understand the God of the cosmos loves me.
Yeah, no,
Whoa.
That's a beautiful thought.
Isn't that a beautiful thought?
And I think he does, but I don't believe that it's one guy that popped up in the last 2% of human history, and everybody before us was completely wrong, and now we've got like an artificial deity based on guilt and self-hate, and then like it doesn't do any good. Like it hasn't been doing good for the last 2,000 years. It's been destroying all life on Earth.
Okay, but how do you know God loves you? You said God loves me. How do you know that?
How do you know God loves you?
There's only one way I know God loves me, and it certainly is not by reading the morning newspaper. The only reason I know that God loves me is because Jesus Christ revealed that. If you take Jesus out of the picture, I'm up a creek without a paddle when it comes to explaining why I believe God loves me. I love the students at UMass Amherst. I was speaking at UMass Amherst, and a student steps out of the crowd and said, Cliff, you're the most arrogant person I've ever met. And I said, well, I know I struggle with arrogance, but what are you talking about? He said, Cliff, it's real simple. You stand out here and say, God loves me. Cliff, don't you know how vast the cosmos is? Don't you know what a speck of dust you are, Cliff, compared to the vastness of the cosmos? Why on earth would you think that God has any time to give a rip about you? And I had to look that student in the face and say, sir, you are sharp. You understand the absurdity of the gospel of Jesus Christ far better than the typical American. The typical American says, of course God loves me. God knows a good thing when he sees it. That's good old ripe human arrogance. There's only one reason I know that God loves me, and that's because God has revealed it through Jesus Christ. Now, how do you know God loves you?
Well, like I wake up in the morning, and I take a deep breath, I feel good, like I feel good about life, I see my life, I see what I do, like, yeah, like I'm not perfect, but like I try and like give this to other people, and like that's like, and by giving that and like getting good vibes off of other people, like
The
I know like
vibes, you feel me? Yeah, the vibes. Yeah, bro. He's one of those.
there's something right in the universe, and like that's how I know God loves me. Like I can't explain it because there hasn't been like a 10,000 page book written on it, but it's something different. Like it's not based on rules and borders, and like it doesn't have any kind of like like long legacy of destruction behind it. Like I'm rambling now, and that's cool.
But Skeets, the only reason I know that your name is Skeets
Because I talked to you
is
yesterday.
because you talked to me yesterday, and I asked you, hey man, what's your name? And you said, my name is Skeets. Now, if I'd looked you in the face and said, Tom, good to meet you. Harry, good to meet you. That would have been rude and arrogant. I'm not smart enough to figure out who you are. There's only one way I'm going to get to know who you are, and that is if you open up and choose to reveal to me.
Yeah.
Well, the same thing is true with God. I'm not smart enough to figure out who God is. The only way I'm going to get to know God is if God chooses to open up. See, Skeets, I can't conclude on my own. Oh, I think God loves me. There's too much evil and suffering and death in this world for me to conclude
That's
that.
our culture, though. That's not human nature. That's a cultural tradition. Like that's based on agriculture. That goes back much farther than.
No, it goes back on human relationships and a relationship with God. The only way you can have a relationship with someone is if they open up and tell you the truth about themselves. Make up your own meaning. But if you think about that, that means if I determine that the meaning of my life is to date rape her and then to slit her throat, that is just as legitimate as if I were to say.
Why did he have to say that though? Like, I hate those words, bro. It makes me. Yeah.
Meaning of my life is to feed her dinner.
Sure, but society determines what will be acceptable and what will not be acceptable.
Oh, really? Do you always follow what society says is acceptable or unacceptable?
Like a mob religion, society.
Yeah, well, I can promise you I have the utmost respect for people like Dr. Martin Luther King and Gandhi who chose to follow their conscience instead of following the status quo. I think you probably share my respect for individuals who chose to do that which was right instead of follow the majority opinion.
I agree.
Well, then please don't tell me that it's society that defines right and wrong, because you know very well that you and I have the innate ability to critique society, to contradict the status quo, and to follow our conscience instead of following majority opinion.
Until society agrees that your new opinion is the new direction we should go in, it still is wrong, just as while some people may believe that it's okay to smoke marijuana, until the law is passed that makes it legal, it still is wrong, and they are going beyond the boundary of our society's legal system.
Fine. But you see, sir, I am convinced that Dietrich Bonhoeffer, who lived in Nazi Germany, was right when he said gassing Jews is wrong. Even though his society said it's okay, I am convinced that Bonhoeffer's conscience tied him into an absolute value of justice that was being made a mockery of by Dachau and Auschwitz and Buchenwald. But if people are right when they say society defines morality, it means morality is relative.
Sure.
Based on what society wants. And if it happens to be Nazi society, then gassing Jews is good. If it happens to be a cannibalistic society, then eating people for dinner is good. If it happens to be a society that says partial birth abortion is good, then you can suck the brains out of a baby as they're halfway down the birth canal. And that's good, sucking the brains out of a baby while they're halfway down the birth canal. That's good, because that's what that society says. It's all relative. Right?
We're twisting it, but sure.
Twisting it? I didn't twist it at all. You're just getting a little uncomfortable. I don't blame you. I'm glad you're getting uncomfortable with some of the natural consequences of atheism, of moral relativism.
Like, how do you explain suffering in the world through God? Like, if God exists, how do you explain suffering? Like, what is the reason for suffering?
And I think that's the most difficult question for me as a follower of Christ. The question, bluntly put, is if God's so loving and if God's so powerful, then why is there so much suffering? Ultimately, I do not know why God allowed evil, suffering, and death. Because Jesus never gives us the answer to that question. But as a Christian, I have to think. First point, Genesis records how when God created, he did a good job. In other words, God did not create evil, suffering, and death. But in Genesis chapter 3, we read how human beings exercised their free will in an irresponsible, illegitimate way and created evil. And then as a result of the evil that we create, all types of suffering follows.
Actually, that's not human beings. That's the...
If I haul back and slam you in the face, it's obvious why you suffer. I've made an irresponsible decision. I've taken a legitimate gift by hand, which God gave me to love and respect you. I've rolled it into a fist, sent it crashing into your handsome face, and you suffer because of my irresponsible decision. If I get drunk, get into my car, cross the median, and slam into your girlfriend's car, sending her to an early death, it's obvious why the suffering occurs. I'm an irresponsible drunk. I got into a car, crossed the median, slammed into your girlfriend's car, sent her to an early death. To blame God for my irresponsible decision is a cop-out. It's not God's fault. Obviously.
Oh, no. I'm not blaming God. I'm blaming
Good.
you. Like, if you kill
Exactly.
my girlfriend, I'm going to blame you.
Very good.
But I'm understanding, like, I don't believe in God. Like, I'm wondering why you can believe in God and thus say that God created me, God created humans, I can go around thrashing people's lives, and this is okay because I'm just going to repent and I still believe in God, thus I will go to heaven.
Okay, great point. Sir, Jesus had this embarrassing way of saying, if you believe in me, and if you go out and perpetrate evil, you're a hypocrite, and you're not going to heaven.
I see a lot of hypocrites.
John writes in 1 John chapter 4, if I say I love God, who I cannot see, and hate my brother who I can see, I'm a liar. See, Jesus had this imbalance, see, and hate my brother who I can't, chapter 4. If I say I love God, who I cannot see, and hate my brother who I can see, I'm a liar. You see, Jesus had this embarrassing way of linking my faith in him with my ethics. Now, that's very unpopular.
If you're saying you're evil and you're going to do things that are wrong, that are against what God believes in, and God says is right, then, like, how can you believe in your religion? Like, how can you think you're going somewhere better than hell?
The only reason I'm going to heaven is because God loves this sinner so much, he sent his only son Jesus to bleed and die on a cross for my sin, to take the hit I deserve for my sin, and I put my faith, my trust in Jesus Christ. He's given me a gift. Now, because my faith is in Christ, my ethics, my lifestyle are changing, and I am becoming more and more like Jesus. I have 3 little boys, and every night we pray together, and part of our prayer is, Jesus, fill us with your Holy Spirit and make us more to be the wonderful persons you created us to be. More selfless. Not more selfish, more selfless. And that's what Christ wants to do.
The whole concept of the Immaculate Conception goes completely out of the window. Jesus was not born of a virgin. And I think it's particularly interesting that only 2 of the Gospels knew this. Paul was unaware of it, he never mentioned it, and the 2 other Gospels never mentioned it either.
Okay, great point. So your point is, here, Cliff, is the classic example of Christians twisting the Old Testament to suit their desire to make Jesus born of a virgin look like he's fulfilling Isaiah 7:14.
Right. Through the original, I'm assuming this would have happened, of course, during the Council of Nicaea or various councils they had during the later years of the Roman Empire when they translated the Bible.
Okay, good. So your point is, in the 300s, the 400s, the 500s, these Christians with their agenda, we've got to make Jesus fulfill this Old Testament prophecy.
Right.
We're going to take Isaiah 7:14, which clearly talks about a young lady, and we're going to twist Isaiah 7:14.
Right.
In order to communicate virgin, so that we can show that indeed Jesus, born of a Virgin Mary, fulfills this prophecy.
Right.
Okay, does everybody understand? We all got this straight, right? Good. So your point is, in the 300s, the 400s, the 500s, these Christians with their agenda, we've got to make Jesus fulfill this Old Testament prophecy.
Right.
We're going to take Isaiah 7:14, which clearly talks about a young lady, and we're going to twist Isaiah 7:14.
Right.
In order to communicate virgin, so that we can show that indeed Jesus, born of a Virgin Mary, fulfills this prophecy.
Right.
Okay, does everybody understand? We all got this straight, right? Good. I have a question for you. If what you say is true, then why in the Septuagint, which was the Greek translation of the Hebrew Old Testament, translated by Greek-speaking Jews, 180, if what you say is true,
Dang, bro.
true.
Right.
Okay, does everybody understand? We all got this straight, right? Good. I have a question for you. If what you say is true, then why in the Septuagint, which was Virgin Mary, fulfills this prophecy?
Right.
Okay, does everybody understand? We all got this straight, right? Good. I have a question for you. If what you say is true, then why in the Septuagint, which was the Greek translation of the Hebrew Old Testament, translated by Greek-speaking Jews, 180 BC.
Okay.
Why did they translate Isaiah 7:14 into the Greek word virgin?
Maybe it was their mistake.
Oh, baloney!
But what I would say,
Total
is this.
baloney.
What I will say is this.
That's intellectual. Now, come on, buddy. You were trying to shoot straight with me. Don't.
would say
Total
is this.
baloney.
Maybe it was their mistake.
Oh, 14 into the. Why did they translate Isaiah 7:14 into the Greek word virgin?
Maybe it was their mistake.
Oh, baloney!
But what I would say,
Total
is this.
baloney.
What I will say is this.
That's intellectual. Now, come on, buddy. You were trying to shoot straight with me. Don't start waffling on me like that. You know very, I'm getting real intense. You're setting me up beautiful. You're setting me up beautiful. Come on, buddy. Let's be intellectually honest.
Okay.
Your whole point was the Christian agenda to show that Jesus, born of a virgin, fulfills this Isaiah 7:14.
That was my
It's obviously Christians. Well, folks, in 180 BC, there were no Christians. Were there?
I suppose not.
What do you mean you suppose not?
Okay. There weren't any Christians.
Come on, man. I'm not waffling on you. Don't waffle on me.
Okay, fine. Sorry.
All right.
I'll grant you the point.
So if the Jewish people, pre-birth of Christ, take the Hebrew Isaiah 7:14, translate it into Greek for their Greek-speaking Jewish buddies, and they use the Greek word virgin instead of young lady to translate Isaiah 7:14 accurately. Please don't tell me that it's some Christian perversion.
So if there is a God, and that God is just,
yes,
and I
Isaiah 7:14 accurately. Please don't tell me instead of young lady to translate Isaiah 7:14 accurately. Word virgin instead of young lady to translate Isaiah 7:14 accurately. Please don't tell me that it's some Christian perversion.
So if there is a God, and that God is just,
yes,
and I do the best that I can, well, of course, that's never going to be the best that I can.
Right.
If I'm never going to be perfect, of course I'm imperfect. But if I genuinely struggle with morality and with doing the right thing and with recognizing that value that everybody else has and acting on that, and treating everybody, as justly as I can, then if God is just, then what do I have to fear?
Okay, good question. Whenever I meet a truly good person, one of the things that tips me off to the fact that they're really good is their humble acknowledgement. At times I blow it. If I meet a guy who says, man, I am a really good guy, I'm going, oh, gosh. This guy, what an arrogant fool. All right? A guy like Gandhi. I respect Gandhi. And Gandhi writes how when he lived in South Africa, he had some raunchy racist attitudes. Well, when Gandhi confesses that, I respect that in Gandhi. So it seems to me that people who really want to live a good life often succeed and do some incredibly fine things the way Gandhi did. But they're also keenly aware of the fact at times I really blow it. I mess up. I do wrong. Now that's where Jesus Christ comes in saying, that guilt that you experience when you do wrong is God's alarm system. Watch out. Now, God, who doesn't do any wrong, who's no hypocrite, you've separated yourself from by doing wrong, but he wants to forgive you. And the way he forgives you is through the death of his son Jesus on a cross, absorbing the just penalty for your wrongdoing, thereby offering you the option, if you choose, of forgiveness and reconciliation.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a question, Cliff. I'll just kind of set this up. Suppose that there are two people that walk into a court of law, and one of these people, let's say he was going 30 miles an hour in a school zone, which is 20 miles an hour, and the other person took a machine gun and went out and started killing kids, at a school. And suppose the judge at that court says, okay, I can either give you 5 years in jail or nothing, and he gives both of them 5 years in jail. Would you feel like something unjust was going on there? Would you feel like that was an injustice? Well, why?
Why? Because I would feel that the law states pretty clearly that the penalty for murder is a lot more severe than the penalty for breaking the speed limit.
So then why is God's penalty the same for the people who do the most horrible things? When you ask me, you've got child molesters, just terrible people who do terrible things.
Yes.
And say somebody who just maybe a good Jewish person who didn't acknowledge Jesus and yet heard about Jesus.
Right.
It doesn't seem just to me that those two people are going to end up in the same place. That seems very unjust to me.
Okay, great point. Two answers to you. It's a great question. Thanks for raising it. First one is this. Lust and rape, Jesus says, separate me from God. So lust and rape are the same in that both are decisions that I make. God, shove off. I got a better way to run my life. But second point is, rape is obviously worse than lust. It's more dehumanizing. It's more violent than lust. Both dehumanize, but obviously rape dehumanizes far worse than lust. Now in Luke chapter 12, verses 47 and 48, Jesus says, "That servant who knows his master's will and does not get ready, or does not do what his master wants, will be beaten with many blows. But the one who does not know and does things deserving punishment will be beaten with few blows. From every," Jesus says, "that servant who knows his master's will and does not get ready, or does not do what his master wants, will be beaten with many blows. But the one who does not know and does things deserving punishment will be beaten with few blows. From everyone who has been given much, much will be demanded, and from the one who's been entrusted with much, much more will be asked." So, I live a life of lust, greed, racist attitudes. My friend here lives a life of rape, slavery, owning slaves, and stealing. Both of us are making a decision. The decision is, God, shove off, I got a better way to live my life. We both will go to hell for that. But you're right, based on Luke 12, 47 and 48, he is going to be punished more severely than I am. But we both go to hell. Why? Because both of us have made a decision. God, I want to live separate from you. Now, my expression of that is lust, racist attitudes, and greed. His expression of that is rape, murder, and slaves.
Wait, so he's going to suffer more for that?
Yes, according to Luke 12, 47 and 48.
hell.
He will suffer more for that than I will for what I did. So it's not that God views all sin the same, ethically. God views all sin the same in that sin, my sin is a statement. Shove off. I will play God.
Well, I guess at the core of all of my beliefs and my philosophy is that, I think life is benign. And I think where I disagree with you fundamentally is that I don't think everybody who is a sinner, I don't think innately deserves to go to hell. Because I just can't see that as just. That comes across as very unjust to me when I use the standard of people have innate value. And I think, I guess that's pretty much all I can say, but I appreciate your time answering my
Well, thanks you for your time. One quick last idea is this.
This is wicked.
If you believe that there is no heaven and no hell, then I hope you realize in your worldview, evil wins, ultimately. And you see what Jesus says is, because God is a good God, he is going to make sure that evil ultimately loses. That's why when you read the Negro spirituals, you read the songs of the African...
He said Negro. Hold on. Dang, bro. I gotta figure out this kick situation.
American slaves who looked forward to the return of Christ because they knew that on that day, evil would ultimately lose. And Negro spirituals, you read the songs of the African American slaves who looked forward to the return of Christ because they knew that on that day, evil would ultimately lose and justice would ultimately win.
Well, okay, so in the case of, let's say, a Jewish person who has, heard about Jesus, but they've rejected him, and say he's a really, a good person by all other standards, Of course, everybody sins, and he's no different. I guess I just can't accept, I guess, that person is evil, and that person is innately evil or has separated himself from God because this is a person who's, in his mind, struggled to reach God and what God is.
And we can talk about the really good cultural Christian who says, I'm a good old boy. And he is. He's a good old boy. But according to Jesus Christ, God is holy, and although the good old boy's a good old boy, he's got a few racist attitudes. He's used women a few times. And according to Christ, that's really evil. He needs Christ's forgiveness. So if the good old boy says, well, I really don't need Jesus because I'm a good old boy, Jesus says, watch out. You're choosing to live your life separate from God. So good old boys will go to hell if those good old boys reject Christ, according to Jesus. You're right. That's hard. Thanks for raising the issues you did. Hey guys, thanks so much for watching this episode. Would
I love that he does that with his son, bro. Like, that's like cool.
love for you to join the family and hit that subscribe button. Also wanted to invite you to our church, Grace Community Church in New Canaan, Connecticut. Hope to see you there.
That's very. I'm just saying, bro. I could not have a church, bro. That's a lot of responsibility.
Here's what shocked me about the latest version of Create Studio. The fact that I can use it to make motion design like this.
That's crazy. Oh, yeah. This is a good one. Now, that looks like a... Is that a dude? Let's see this one. Charlie Kirk. Oh, yeah. Here we go. It's about to get good. I like the intro, bro. Look at that. It's like I'm watching a movie. It's like I'm watching a movie, gang. I'm watching the Charlie Kirk, the movie. Yo, they need to make that. Shouts out to Charlie, bro. They need to make that for real. I didn't know they had a YouTube channel. That's hard. Charlie Kirk, the movie. You just stack up all his clips. You feel me? Charlie, he grew up in a very, rough neighborhood. And then he came up and he just started pwning the system.
Welcome to another episode of Debate Night. We're joined by founder of Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, and contributor for the Young Turks, Ben Carallo. Tonight's topic is Marxism in America.
Yeah, I stopped after I found out, like, man, I really had a whole woken up moment. Like, what's this called? What's his name? I used to think what's his name was super smart. What's his name? Hassan. I used to think he talks smart. He is intelligent. I'm not gonna diss him like that, but his ethics, his morals may be a little bit skewed. I'm not gonna lie.
First question.
But I don't know.
Ben.
I don't know.
Please
Half the time, I don't know what they be talking about. I know I be playing these, but I don't. It's just interesting to me. You feel me?
Provide your best definition of Marxism and what you believe about the topic at hand.
Yeah, most definitely. See, when it comes to Marxism, a lot of people have a misunderstanding and think that it's about particular policies. But the reality is that it centers on the role of the state. The belief that the state is an institution that exists to suppress the interests of one class or another. The belief that the state is an institution that exists to suppress the interests. It centers on the
chunky on bro. You feel me? This dude got chunky on bro. Like, he was not looking like that.
Role of the state. Misunderstanding think that it's about particular policies. But the reality is that it centers on the role of the state. The belief that the state is an institution that definitely. See, when it comes to Marxism, a lot of people have a misunderstanding and think that it's about particular policies. But the reality is that it centers on the role of the state. The belief that the state is an institution that exists to suppress the interests of one class or another, right? Either under capitalism, that would be the dictatorship of capital, where capitalists suppress the interests of workers to the benefit of their profits. Now, under Marxism, the state serves the purpose of basically serving the interests of workers to the benefit of, to the benefit of the workers to suppress the interests of the capitalists. Because, obviously, basically serving the interests of workers to Marxism, the state serves the purpose of basically serving the interests of workers to the benefit of, benefit of their profits. Now, under Marxism, the state serves the purpose of basically serving the interests of workers to the benefit of, to the benefit of the workers to suppress the interests of the capitalists. Because, obviously, the very nature of capitalism is to lower wages, increase prices, and this has an inherent contradiction that basically squeezes the working class. Increase prices, and this has an inherent contradiction that basically squeezes the working class and inevitably squeezes the capitalists themselves by leading to things like inflation and market crashes. So really, the central theory of Marxism is the belief in a state that works to serve the interests of the working class, to suppress the interests of capitalism, a state that works to serve the interests central theory of Marxism is the belief in a state that works to serve the interests of the working class, to suppress the interests of capitalism, and eventually get to the point where the need of the state itself is irrelevant.
Okay. How much of that do you believe?
Is the belief that basically squeezes the working class, and inevitably, because obviously the very nature of capitalism is to lower wages, increase prices, and this has an inherent contradiction that basically squeezes the working class, and inevitably, because obviously the very nature of capitalism is to lower wages, increase prices, and you know, well, to the benefit of the workers, serving the interests of workers to the benefit of, you know, well, to the benefit of the workers to suppress the interests of the capitalists. Because obviously the very nature of basically serving the interests of workers to the benefit of, you know, well, to the benefit of the workers to suppress the interests of the capitalists. Because obviously the very nature of capitalism is to lower wages, increase prices, and this has an inherent contradiction that basically squeezes the working class and inevitably squeezes the capitalists themselves by leading to things like inflation and market crashes. So really the central theory of Marxism is the belief in a state that works to serve the interests of the working class, to suppress the interests of capitalism, and eventually that works to serve the interests of the working class, to suppress the interests of capitalism, state that works to serve the interests of the working class, to suppress the interests of capitalism, and eventually get to the point where the need of the state itself is irrelevant.
Okay. How much of that do you believe?
Oh, 100%.
All of it. So you're just like a full-fledged Marxist.
100%.
So everything Marx wrote?
I mean, not necessarily every single word.
Well, just so I can understand, just so we can make all of it.
Eventually get to the point where the need of the state itself is irrelevant. That works to serve the interests of the working class, to suppress the interests of capitalism, and eventually get to the point where the need of the state itself is irrelevant.
Okay. How much of that do you believe?
Oh, 100%.
All of it. So you're just like a full-fledged Marxist.
100%.
So everything Marx wrote?
I mean, not necessarily every. So really, the central. This has an inherent contradiction that basically squeezes the working class and inevitably squeezes the capitalists themselves by leading to things like inflation and market crashes. So really, the central theory of Marxism is the belief in a state that works to squeezes the capitalists themselves by leading to things like inflation and market crashes. So really, the central theory of Marxism is the belief in a state that works to serve the interests of the working class, to suppress the interests of capitalism, and eventually get to the point where the need of the state itself is irrelevant.
Okay. How much of that do you believe?
Oh, 100%.
All of it. So you're just like a full-fledged Marxist.
100%.
So everything Marx wrote?
I mean, not necessarily every single word.
Well, just so I can understand, just so we can make this constructive. Like, just tell me your political philosophy when it comes to Marxism.
Well, I think that really is my philosophy, and we really have to look at, like, not necessarily Marx, who's the theoretician, right? Not even necessarily Engels. We also have to look at the practitioners of Marxism, right? So those people being like, obviously, Lenin, Mao, today.
Oh, you're a big fan of Mao?
Mao's a pretty interesting character.
How many people did he murder?
How many people did he murder? I mean, how many people do you think he murdered?
I laughed like that too. I laughed like that too. I was about to clown, bro, but I was like, nah, I laughed like that too.
How many people?
Get.
Did
45 million, more or less.
And what are you getting that number from?
How about the Chinese?
How many people did he murder? I mean, how many people do you think he murdered? How many people did he murder? I mean, how many
people did he murder?
How many people did he murder?
That's a gosh dang hyena. I would have been scared. You feel me? I would have been. You feel me? He could be like one of the first casts in what is it called, The Lion King. He would have been to play one of the hyenas, bro. They should have hired this guy, man. No, I'm just playing though. I'm just playing. You know, we all have our laughs, unique laughs. People made fun of my laugh, and I'm like, this is just how I laugh. Feel me?
I mean, how many people do
You
you
don't understand how many fake people exist. Like, so many people aren't themselves. They aren't being themselves. They aren't being their true, authentic selves because they're afraid. Because people will point at you. Don't think that they won't. People will poke at you, but it's better than you living a lie. Better than you living for other people just for them to destroy you anyway. It's kind of like you feel me? It's a double-edged sword. It's kind of like an L either way. You feel me? They act like they like you. Feel me? Just because you conformed, but in the end, they're still gonna you feel me? They're still gonna push you in the gutter. Versus you be yourself. They end up, you feel me? They may not like you, but they end up respecting you for it, right? And you're in the gutter, but you feel me? You're in the gutter knowing the best version of yourself and loving and having loving the truest version of yourself. You know? Which is just rock on top of rock. It's just more standing than 100 of those people that are just trying to fit in, you know?
do you think he murdered? How many people did George
45
Bush
million,
murder?
More powerful. That's what I meant. More powerful.
I mean, how many people do you think he murdered? How many people did George
45
Bush
million,
murder?
more or less.
And what are you getting that number from?
How about the Chinese people themselves? Rough calculations of international organizations,
What
mass
international-
graves.
What do you mean, the Victims of Communism Fund that literally puts out Nazi propaganda on a regular basis?
I'm sorry, wait, the victims of communism.
Communism Fund that literally puts out Nazi propaganda on a regular basis?
I'm sorry, wait, the Victims of Communism Fund is a what group?
Puts out Nazi propaganda. They literally have a statue. I mean, you have to be joking, right? You realize in the USSR, they list Nazi war deaths as victims of
Wait, hold on a
communism.
second. You're pro-Lenin too?
Yeah, I mean, Lenin did a lot of really great things for the USSR. They literally brought what was a feudal peasant society to be a major world superpower.
How
in a
about
matter
the
of a few
Ukrainian
decades.
famine? How was that?
What about the Ukrainian famine?
Like the 6 million people Lenin intentionally killed through forced starvation and famine?
I mean, it's pretty ridiculous to frame that as intentional, right? Like, let's be real, right? There was a famine, and we can argue about the mismanagement of famines, but capitalists have mismanaged famines all the
Well,
time.
hold on a second. What is
Just
a,
look at
what
the
is a
Irish
kulak?
potato famine.
What's a kulak?
What do you think a kulak is?
I know what a kulak is. You tell me. You're the Marxist.
No, I want to know what you think
A kulak is someone that owned a certain piece of land that was not allowed to own that same piece of land because of Lenin and Stalin's government. And if they had owned more than it, what happened to them?
And do you know what? Okay.
That's my guy. Charlie's my guy.
No, just answer the question. I'm curious.
What did happen to them?
They went
Well,
to a
let's-
gulag. Do you believe those exist?
The gulag. The gulag. The gulag. The gulag. They went to the gulag. I didn't know that was a real thing. That's not real, bro. I just remember seeing so many memes about the gulag. The gulag.
It's government. And if they had owned more than it, what happened to them?
And do you know?
Tell me. You're the
No,
Marxist.
no, I want to know what you
A
think.
kulak is someone that owned a certain piece of land that was not allowed to own that same piece of land because of Lenin and Stalin's government. And if they had owned more than it, what happened to them?
And do you know what? Okay, let's.
No, just answer the question. I'm curious.
What did happen to them?
They went
Well,
to a
let's-
gulag. Do you believe those exist?
The gulag.
Yeah, 100% gulags
How many people
exist.
died in the gulag?
Do you know?
Gulag. The gulag. It's not funny, feel me? But it's like, because clearly people died in there. But it's like, it's a like, you feel me? It's in a video game.
No, just like more or less. I just want to know.
Do you know what a gulag is?
Yeah, a forced labor camp, or it could be a forced death
You mean
camp.
like the forced labor camps we have in the United States of America, which, by the way, the
Oh.
United States has more people under forced labor than any other country.
Where?
In our federal prison system.
How'd they get
and
to
our state
wait? Hold on.
prison
How'd they get to
system.
prison?
They committed crimes.
Oh,
and-
okay. So it's not forced. They made a choice.
Are you familiar with the?
Wait, no, that's a phenomenal red herring argument you made. I'm just
No, no,
curious.
it's not
just
a red herring.
I just want to know how many people.
It's like, bro, everyone's a victim in the liberals' mindset. Criminals shouldn't be convicted for a crime and have to serve their sentence. Because they're people in my emotions. They did something wrong that impacted other people. They should have to have consequences for that. Let's say they did something and it hurt them. Okay, put them inside of a psych ward. Put them inside of, you feel me, a hospital. But like to the extent to where it affects other people, that's when I start to be like, this person needs to be taken out of society, you know, and especially if it's repeated offenses, because most people don't learn. Most people they do this, they do the same thing over and over and over again. You know, it takes like, I don't know what it takes like for me, because you feel me, like it takes genuine like horrible repercussions. Like it took me being at rock bottom to learn, holy crap, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. I don't care. It's not worth it. It's not worth me suffering, you know. For what? I don't know. You feel me? Because it's just so weird, bro. Because nobody would really understand it. You feel me? Nobody can really conceptualize it. But
People died in the gulags.
No,
more or less. I'm just curious.
How many people die in American prisons?
Hold on a second. I'm just curious. Gulags, how many people died? I'm just curious. Give me a number. 10 million, 15, 20, 25 million, 30 million?
You know, there's this really amazing anecdote. It's really interesting. You see, and
100,000?
No,
just I want a number,
no,
like
listen,
more or less.
Listen, because let's talk about how they get these numbers, right? This is a perfect example. There's this really great story, right, where you have Winston Churchill talking to Stalin. He's like, hey, how many people died in the famine? And Stalin, obviously not wanting to talk about it, they had bigger things to deal with, like World War II. He puts his hands up. And Winston Churchill walks away and says, oh, yeah, that means 10 million. He must mean 10 million. Now, we can obviously talk about mismanagement of famines, but if we're going to talk about mismanagement of famines, why don't we talk about the people in India that Winston Churchill killed? Why don't we talk about the people
we're not here. I'm happy to do a whole defense
famine?
of the greatest man of the 20th century, Churchill. I'm not going to actually do that right now. So, was Alexander Solzhenitsyn a liar?
I don't know who that is.
You're kidding me. You're a Marxist that you do not know who Alexander Solzhenitsyn is. He wrote a book called The Gulag Archipelago, which was a first-person account.
Dang, he just disrespected his.
account. He actually was in a gulag.
Come on.
So,
Okay.
and you don't even know who he is.
You know that people that worked on that admitted that they just made up a lot of those numbers, right?
He lived in one, my friend.
There's a lot of people who lived in the gulags. In fact, there's a really great.
Yeah, and so they're liars?
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of people that lie about communism on a
let me
daily
get this right.
basis.
Let me get this straight. So the pastor who spent a decade in a forced labor camp with 1 hour. Yeah, and so they're liars?
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of people that lie about communism on a
let me
daily
get this right.
basis.
Let me get this right. So the pastor who spent a decade in a forced labor camp with one. Let me
daily
get this right.
basis.
Let me get this right. So the pastor who spent a decade in a forced labor camp with 1 hour of sunshine a day, Joseph Bondarenko, he lied about that?
I mean,
because he wanted to just spread the gospel. I'm curious, just kind of like what your belief is on gulags, so we can just have like a similar.
Okay, I'll tell you. I'll give you
Yeah.
a really great example, right? And you see, the CIA actually ran numbers on this. This is really interesting. So somewhere around 10% of the people, right, that like were in the gulags during their peak, which by the way was after a civil war in Russia, right? Obviously with the white army that they had to deal with, right, and then the World War II with Nazi Germany, right, were political prisoners. But this is really interesting, right? I believe it was in the Gorbachev years, they tried to do a big reformation and granted a huge amount of amnesty. Granted a huge amount of amnesty to like tons and tons of people that were in those gulags. And do you know what happened, Charlie? Do you know what happened after that? This is something that
after
the
Gorbachev?
CIA documents literally
You mean after the
reported on.
liberalization of the USSR?
No,
or
no, no.
what?
What happened? What happened to the people that were let out of those gulags?
They wrote books like the Gulag Archipelago that
No.
brought down the
Most of
USSR.
Most of them actually ended up right back in those same gulags because, this is to be very, very clear, that's their normal prison system. That is the normal prison system that they had, just to be clear. Because who do you think set up the gulags?
So you're trying to tell me that
No,
the
no.
people that were put in the prisons were not political prisoners?
No, no.
So what happened to the Mensheviks?
Most of the people.
What the forced imprisonment of the Mensheviks? So
Most
tell me
of
what.
the people.
How did Trotsky die?
What do you mean, an assassination?
Who killed Trotsky?
Look.
Okay, that laugh is getting on my nerves. I'm not even. That laugh is getting on my nerves.
Look.
No. Tell me who killed Trotsky.
Are we gonna talk about economic theories?
We
or are
will.
gonna
No,
talk
but no.
about
I'm just
Lenin's for
curious,
sake of
just
that?
like because I'm just trying to understand. You say you're a Leninist.
I mean, who killed Salvador Allende?
So 66 million people died in the gulags. Rough estimation. Does that not concern you?
I mean, most of those numbers are inflated. Like, you gotta really understand this. Like, the reality is that was their normal prison system. If you look at the mortality rate in the gulags compared to the mortality rate in American prisons at the same exact
So
time.
let me ask you this. So
like-
how many people died in the Holocaust? Would you say?
I don't know. I'm not a Holocaust expert.
6 million.
How about like 8 million? Would you say that's fair?
So I know at a minimum there's 6 million Jews that
Okay.
died.
So why are
right?
those numbers accurate yet the gulag ones aren't?
Well, it's very interesting that you bring that up because the truth of the matter is, if you look at the people, right, if you look at the like denazification of Western Europe, what you end up having is you have a lot of people like, for example, right, like Nazi government officials that get put in charge of West Germany, right? Then you have Nazi officials that get put in charge of institutions like NATO, and then you have a lot of these Nazis that quite literally set up institutions, right?
Like
put
who?
out information.
What are you
put out
talking about?
information.
Like name one person.
Look at the first commander of NATO, literally. Look at the first NATO commanders. They literally brought in people from Nazi Germany. Are we going to pretend that Operation Paperclip is not a thing that the United States did?
Operation Paperclip was in conjunction with Operation Mockingbird, which was a CIA propaganda campaign, which I don't quite answer the question of the accuracy of gulags. Anyway, that's a little bit of futile. I'm just trying to understand, though, like maybe we're just on different planets here, quite honestly, because I've actually met countless, thousands of people that were in these gulags and their stories and their firsthand perspectives, and they did nothing wrong to be put in there except they had the different political viewpoints, or they were pastors. And then you embrace a political worldview that does that.
Well, let's take this for example. Let's imagine that you're a serial murderer in the USSR, right? Let's imagine, and then you go to the gulag, right? What's the
No, I'm
easiest
not imagining.
opportunity?
I'm talking about
Yeah.
pastors. I'm talking about
No.
people
'cause,
that
like,
have.
This is the reality. Because like if you want to
No,
talk
it's
about,
it's not the
like,
reality.
There's
I'm talking.
plenty of documentaries. Like look, for example, right? For example, okay.
So I'm just gonna make-
Radio Free Europe. Radio Free Europe
So-
did this really great interview session where they literally went to people that were in these gulags, and it was so funny because when Radio Free Europe puts out this video about these people who used to live in the gulags, they asked them, what do you think about Stalin? And they basically said, because remember, right? You remember that the USSR was invaded by the Nazis, right? And you also
yes,
remember
and then
that
they deterred the invasion.
You
But what
also
happened
remember
before
that the USSR
they wiped out.
had
They
a
almost wiped
civil
out
war,
all
right?
of Ukraine.
You also realize
wait,
they
hold
have
on.
a civil war,
The Civil
right?
War was between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks because they couldn't determine what blend of communism they wanted.
Okay.
After they overthrew the Romanov dynasty, right?
Well,
It
you
was
also have the White Army. Do you know what the White Army is?
I'm very familiar with the White Army.
You know the royalists, the people that were
Yes,
trying to.
of course. But
okay.
I'm
like,
just.
So
we'll
hold up.
close
So
on
if
this
you're in the
topic.
Civil War,
but
are you going to put
I just
people
want to
in
reinforce
jail
for the audience here,
if they start
which
a civil
is
war in your country?
you.
I know the United States doesn't like to jail insurrectionists.
Remarkably,
but that's what they did in the U.S.
just made an argument that was pro-Gulag, and
yeah, they had a prison system. That's correct.
It kind of does explain some of your other views because we're just living on different planets, like Team Reality, Team Narnia.
So how is our prison system better?
Wait, hold on a second. For example, you got a lawyer. We have an independent judiciary. You have a jury of your peers. You know what a show trial is? What is a show trial?
Judiciary?
Hold on, what's a show trial?
What's a show trial?
Yeah.
I don't know. Ask Steven Donziger.
Who is General Tukhachevsky that Stalin took up?
Steven Donziger. You think the United States doesn't do show trials? Look at Guantanamo. What are those
Hold on a
people
second.
doing
What
in
you're trying to do
Guantanamo
is
Bay?
indict the entire Western legal tradition and conflate it with the Leninist, Stalinist. We're going to kill half the population we don't like. Look,
No,
you can
what
have.
you're trying to do is you're trying to take a country that had to deal with a civil war, that had to deal with an invasion, and compare that to the United States today.
I'll close with this. You are defending genocide, which is quite honestly a remarkable
No,
thing to see in
hold
real
up.
time.
Stop right here,
You are
because,
defending
look,
genocide of Joseph Stalin
let's be
and Vladimir
very, very
Lenin,
clear.
the intentional destruction and killing of 65 million
this is
people.
what I'm talking about.
And no, there's no middle ground in genocide. That's your opinion.
Moving on. Has there ever been a successful example of Marxist theory in action where the workers are truly empowered?
Yeah, 100%,
Where?
most definitely. Like, so first and foremost, we have obviously the brave Vietnam soldiers that defended themselves.
The Viet Cong?
Defended themselves against the invading American army, which was basically there to punish them for daring to free themselves from French colonial rule.
Wait, so hold on. How did that work out?
What do you mean, how did that work out?
So, I mean, no, seriously, the Ho Chi Minh City under communist rule, better then or better now?
What do you mean, better then or better now?
Was Ho Chi Minh a better place under Viet Cong rule or better now under more kind of Western?
Who do you think is in charge of Vietnam right now?
I mean, it's a generally much freer country than it was 50, 60 years ago.
Oh, that's weird. When did the Communist Party lose power in Vietnam?
Well, hold on. They've industrialized their country. They've opened themselves up to international trade. They actually have fair and free elections. Like, I'm not going to say Vietnam's a perfect country, but post-Viet Cong rule, their standard of living has increased.
So you think
infant mortality has gone down?
Do you think maybe perhaps Agent Orange had something to do with some of the struggles he had? Do you think that maybe the sanctions from the United States of America cutting off supplies to food maybe had something to do with it?
Okay, got it. So America's always the villain. So besides the Viet Cong, which is a new one, I'll be honest, where else has communism worked?
China. Look at China.
Okay, what about China works with?
Aside from the fact that China's the strongest economy in the world right now, there's obviously the fact that average wages in China have tripled over the past decade.
So before we go any further, do you really want to defend the Chinese Communist Party against me?
Sure.
Okay, got it. So Uyghur Muslims, how do you feel about them? So you're pro-concentration camp?
No, not pro-concentration.
Okay, so where are the Uyghur Muslims right now?
Do you know what the East Turkmenistan movement is?
No, don't change topic.
I'm not. This is the same topic.
Uyghur Muslims.
You don't know that the East Turkmenistan movement was labeled by the United States of America as a terrorist.
Oh, got it. Okay, so pro-concentration
inside
camp.
of China.
Got it. What about
That's
the
not
one-child
pro-concent-
policy
Hold
for
up, hold
40
up.
years?
No. We need to stop right here because first and foremost, you pushed earlier the double genocide theory, which,
No,
by the way, Holocaust scholars have very
You are pro-genocide, but
explicitly-
anyway.
No. Stop right here.
Saying no doesn't make
the
it right.
double, Like the double genocide theory is literally Nazi propaganda. The whole idea was to say that the obvious, mismanagement of a famine, they're trying to equate that to the invasion and the mass murder committed by the Nazis. They're literally Nazis that intentionally push that theory. Why do you think that Israel, to this very day, actually has tensions with specific people in Ukraine who are pushing that double genocide theory? Because the truth is, a famine and the mismanagement of
No,
resources
I'm talking about in addition,
is not
mass
the
graves,
same
gulags, and all that.
as an
But let's talk about the
intentional
CCP.
genocide.
So let's talk about the CCP. So you're cool with the one-child policy?
It doesn't matter what I'm cool with. The reality is...
No. That was a policy of the CCP for years, where they would murder another child if you had more than one kid.
Look, what we need to understand is that China is a democracy, and they are going to make laws
Well, no, hold on a second.
based
Wait,
off of their
how are they a
individual material
How are they a
conditions.
democracy exactly?
Are you kidding me? Aside from the fact that the central government has a 95% approval rating, which, by the we before you're like, oh, but
Have you
they're
been to
forced
China?
No.
No.
No, of course
Oh,
I
so
haven't
you
been
must
to
be a subject matter expert.
I'm not.
Yeah, so it's interesting. So
No.
so they're a democracy. Do they have senators or congressmen
What does it
in
take?
China?
Well, there's about 1,000 members of their National People's Congress, and then obviously they have a system of local people's
And so you don't
Congresses.
think those
But
elections
no,
are
I want to
rigged?
test you. I want to test you. What does it take to get on the ballot in China?
What is it? A lot of money, power, and influence, and killing the right people.
Oh, that's weird because it's actually illegal to spend money on campaigning in China. There's actually a very specific
so
answer to
you think that a dissident Chinese person could run up against Xi Jinping right now? So let me ask you a question.
How do you think?
You're
No.
pro
How do you
CCP.
think?
So So you think it's okay?
How do you think elections work? How do you think? Think elections work in China?
How do you? It's very simple. You're born into the right family. You have connections to the right people.
You can't answer.
What, no. What's Xi Jinping's lineage?
What does it take to get on the ballot in China?
You have to have the right
don't
connections.
Know the answer.
Yes, I do.
No,
I do know. You can't just all of a sudden pop up.
Have you read the law? Have you read their law?
What happened to Tank Man?
I have actually read through. No.
You think the law actually applies?
Chat. Okay.
So what happened to the Tiananmen Square?
Listen, this is the answer.
What happened to Tiananmen
that
Square?
Charlie Kirk doesn't know because he has no idea how democracy
What happened
works
to Tiananmen Square?
You need to get
how about
10
Tibet?
Signatures to get on the ballot in China. That's it. 10 signatures. How many people does it take to start a recall in China?
How many temples did they destroy in Tibet?
How many?
So you think you could recall Xi Jinping?
How many people do you think it takes to
you
get
understand,
a recall?
I have to be honest. You are such an unbelievable fool to believe that China actually has a democracy.
Well, look, here's the thing. They've tripled their average wages. They've eliminated extreme poverty. They have amassed popular support in China. They have the strongest economy in the world. And right now, they are.
How many people live in abject poverty in Western China? More people than the population of America do not have access to clean water or toilets, and that's your idea of lifting people out of poverty. Let me ask you this question. 26 million people forcibly locked down in Shanghai. Cats are being put into entire bags and murdered. If you have COVID, that's your idea of a good society? 26 million people being forcibly locked down in China at a moment's notice?
How many people are permanently disabled because of COVID in the United States? How many people died in the United States?
I don't know. Ask the country that designed the virus, your favorite country, the CCP.
You think they designed the virus?
Where did it come from?
What do you mean, where did it come from?
Like, you Where did the virus come from?
So you're peddling conspiracy theories. Look, I
what country did it come from?
I have a master's degree in biosecurity and biodefense.
Oh, so you must be so smart. Where did the country come from? Where did it come from?
Here's the thing, Charlie. Listen up. Did you know that there were American scientists working in that lab?
Oh, what's the name of the lab?
In the Wuhan
Oh,
lab.
so it came from China.
It came from China, yeah.
Oh, so it's the Chinese virus.
No, it's not the Chinese virus.
What country did it come from then?
How many strains of coronavirus are there? Like, how many types of coronavirus are there?
There's plenty. There's Omicron, there's COVID-19, there's the original strain, but it was originally developed.
No, see, you've listed 3. The reality is there's different types of coronaviruses that exist in the world, that aren't developed anywhere. Like cats have their own coronaviruses.
Of course, but which one was developed in the lab in China?
Dogs have their own coronaviruses. There's no, like, you think that the American scientists that were working in that same lab right next to those Chinese scientists, you think that they were secretly malicious actors?
No. See, you're putting words in my mouth. Hold on. Did it come from a lab or not? Or did it come from a Himalayan bat lab?
No, of course it didn't come from a lab.
Oh, you think it didn't come from a lab?
No, yeah, because
Oh,
I
so
live in
you-
a real world. I
you
live in a
are an
real
idiot.
world, okay? I live in the real
Like,
world.
you understand that every single person worth their salt looks at the strain and they understand that this was bioengineered in a lab. Fauci himself agrees to that.
What do you think? What do you think would tell me? Because apparently you're the biologist here, right? How do you?
Well, I
tell
do
the
know what a
difference?
man and a
No,
woman is. Do you?
Tell me the difference. Tell me the difference. Okay. Tell me the difference between how do you tell the difference between a man-made virus and a non-man-made virus?
There's a lot. Sequencing, everything from how it's compiled,
What
mRNA
sequences?
type technology.
What sequences?
So according
What
to
type of sequences are you
According to
looking
Anthony
for?
Fauci's own emails to Hugh Albatross on January 31st, on Friday evening, he said, quote, "This has every single marker of a man-made laboratory-created virus." That's Anthony Fauci's own declassified emails to the CDC and the NIH. Not to mention the thousands of other scientists that have looked at the strain, and they say the way that the proteins are correlated, the way that this is put together.
Wait. What do you mean proteins are correlated?
The way that it's put together.
You're just throwing words together.
Hold on.
This is a word
Okay,
soup,
yeah, my
buddy.
language might be a
No.
little sloppy, but the people that
Your
understand
your
the
language
actual
is sloppy
sequencing
because
of
you didn't go to
the
grad
protein.
school
Hold on
and
a
you
second.
don't know what you're
No, hold on a
talking
second.
about.
So you think that where did the virus come from then exactly?
What do you mean, where did the
No,
virus
tell
come
me
from?
where it came from.
Yeah, well, so this is really interesting, right? See, because the type of virus that it is, right, little RNA viruses, they recombine a lot. That's one of the really interesting things about these types of viruses. And so what happens is when you have a couple of different strains that infect the same species at a time, the way that the way the virus reconstructs itself, which to be clear, we don't necessarily have a full understanding of how exactly that happens, but the reality is one of the central theories is this random assortment process where if you have multiple strains of a virus that is infecting one thing at a time, which is one of the reasons why bats in particular, because they're
So
capable
you do
of
believe it
holding
came from a
many
bat?
different, because they're capable
Man,
of
I got a serious
many
question.
different strains
I have a
of
question. Are you on
coronavirus at the
CCP
same
payroll?
time.
Because I don't think like a sane individual could believe this.
I wish. You think I got that kind of money?
Oh, he wants to be a CCP agent.
You think you think you think China is funding me? That's how, like, that's like.
That laugh is horrible. It's not just me, bro. That laugh is horrible. That laugh is cynical.
So disconnected from reality.
I'm just going to be honest.
That's
like,
so disconnected
no
from
rational
reality.
person could believe the stream of absolute nonsense that you are. You'd have to be paid for this. Like, you're kind of like a walking hologram of insanity.
I don't know what to tell you, buddy. Like, but
I just hope it's worth it.
It sounds more like you're talking into a mirror at this point.
No, actually, you're the one that's defending the murderous genocidal CCP and the murderous genocidal Lenin Marxist.
Okay, tell me this then.
Yeah.
What was the biggest genocide that ever happened in world history?
The biggest genocide, and it depends how you define a genocide. I would say
No.
Stalin's intentional massacre or Mao's intentional massacre,
So give me the
65 to
numbers.
70,
Add those
70
up.
million people.
Add those up. 70 million?
Yep, intentional
Okay,
death.
What about the 200 million people that used to live on this continent?
Oh, you mean the people that died of natural causes?
You think?
What,
Holy moly.
What 200 million people are you talking about?
You're indigenous.
You think there were
North
200 million
Americans.
people before we came here?
Yeah.
All living at once?
Yeah.
Where on earth do you get that number?
What do you mean? From anthropologists.
Oh, so you think we killed them all?
From anthropologists. Of course we killed them all.
So we killed 200 million people intentionally?
Yes, you think so. So just to be very clear, right? You're sitting here denying the genocide of indigenous folks.
Well, hold on,
You know who Teddy Roosevelt is?
Oh, you think Teddy Roosevelt's a mass murderer?
Yes, Teddy Roosevelt is a mass murderer. What do you think those Rough Riders did? Who do you think they were killing?
They
out
won
in
the
West?
war in Cuba.
What war?
What war? The war against
No.
the commies in Cuba. You know that
wait,
Teddy
wait,
Roosevelt.
wait, hold
no,
up.
you
They
know that-
won war against communists in Cuba. Who's in charge of Cuba right now?
Well, the communists. So,
so they didn't win the war then?
Well, they won a battle.
They won.
So-
They won a battle. Wait, we've gone from
They
a
won-
war to a battle.
Well, they won
and
the
you're
Spa- they
accusing
won the
me
Spanish-
of not living in reality.
They won the
here.
Spanish-American War, and then they won.
Okay.
So let me ask you a question.
But
though.
like, who else did he go to war against?
Well, Teddy Roosevelt actually won a Nobel Peace Prize for brokering peace between
I don't
Russia.
care about the Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, you don't care about much. Honestly, that's real.
How are an individual's wants and needs represented best in a Marxist society?
Oh, it's easy.
I'll ask the commie.
Obviously through their democratic structure. Like, the reality is, right, this is the thing, right? Obviously going back to the role of the state to serve the interests of the working class, to suppress the interests of capitalists, which is exactly why people like Charlie Kirk obviously are very unsettled with it, because the reality is that in America, working class people have to worry about the government kicking down their door for doing things like smoking marijuana. But in China, it's not the working class people that have to worry about, the government kicking down their doors. It's corrupt billionaires that have to worry about the government kicking down their doors. Just look, for example, giant tech companies making tons and tons of money in China with very little regulations. Well, what does China do? They put in tighter regulations on these tech companies, and then they take money from these tech billionaires, and then they give it to anti-poverty programs across the more rural parts of China in order to fund schools, food, things like that. Like, for example, China has this really, really great co-op development program, which is really, really great. So they combine ecological
I could tell you don't even
restoration.
believe this, by the way.
They combine.
You've got to be acting at this point.
Why do you think I'm acting?
Because
is it because you're acting?
No, it's because the reality is so different of the millions of people in China that are literally forcibly held in their homes, the millions in concentration camps, the people that can't even breathe because the air quality is so bad. How about the underground Christians that are murdered in the streets for trying to go to church? So no, continue on your beautiful like co-op in Beijing. Like, yeah, we could grow vegetables in Shanghai, so it's so great. That's kind of the argument, right?
Look, what are we talking about vegetables in Shanghai? You're assuming that this is Shanghai. Obviously, Shanghai is like a giant urban city, right? The cooperative development, which is really cool, by the way, they're combining ecological restoration with these cooperative development. So, and, you know, with the schools in there, they have a requirement that the schools buy a lot from the local farms, right? 60% of the food, right, that they serve in the schools basically comes from local farms. So if you talk about meeting people's needs, right, the farmers there have a need for economic development, right? So if you buy from the schools, if you buy the food from those farmers, that puts money into their pockets, and then they literally take that food and give it back to the school kids so that the school kids can have a full belly while they're trying to learn. And this is the reality, Charlie. Like, you got to understand. Like, if you think China's so dystopian, how come the incarceration rate in the United States is so much higher than China?
Well, because we have a rule of law, and they kill dissidents that break the rule of law. Tell me about
where are all these dead people then? Where are all these? They should show up.
Tell me about Foxconn.
What about Foxconn?
What do you know about it?
What about, you mean the crony plot that basically bulldozed an entire town in Wisconsin, kicking people out of their homes for a factory that never happened?
In China.
What about Foxconn?
So do you know they have to put up nets to try to prevent people from jumping out of their buildings?
So an American company was treating their workers improperly.
Hold on a second.
You know they took those nets down, right?
A Chinese Communist Party partnership sponsored by Xi Jinping himself and his entire regime. So when you go to China, let me just tell you, you'll drive down the street and you will see dead people laying in the middle of the street. You will see people defecating.
Go to China then. Go to China. Take a video.
Actually,
Bring
you know
these
what?
Cameras. Go to China. Take a video with these cameras. I dare you right now.
Unlike you, my wife lived in China for 6 months, and she'll show you the videos. She'll show you the images. They don't have a regard for human life. They don't value people as the individual.
We're the ones letting people die of coronavirus.
Hold on a second. The reality of China is that if you disagree with the government, you disappear, like Jack Ma. Yeah, if you disagree, you disappear.
Oh, because that was his only thing. He just disagreed.
Or if you're a dissident group, like the Uyghur Muslims, you get put in re-education camps where we have drone footage of people that are forced to eat pork against their religious conscience.
Are you talking about the East Turkmenistan movement?
No, I'm talking about the Uyghur Muslims that you're trying to spin in some sort of weird way.
We can't even look.
So what do they do to Tibet, though?
No. So the Associated Press actually went to Xinjiang, right? Which, by the way, anybody can go to Xinjiang if you want.
You know, I'm not allowed into China.
Xinjiang. That sounds like a TV show I watched on Disney. Xinjiang.
Right. Okay, sure.
No, I'm not.
Right? Then
if I go to China, I get arrested. Great society.
Okay, cool. Then somebody else go, because people did.
Oh,
somebody from the
it's a wonderful
Associated
place,
Press. Somebody
but
from,
Westerners aren't allowed.
Look, if you. You can. How come the Associated Press went to Xinjiang and asked
they want the
Muslims,
right journalists to go, but if someone like me were to show up in China...
You think that the Associated Press is out there carrying water for China?
Hold on a second. The Associated Press also wrote in other articles that these were quasi-concentration camps.
Yeah. So this is the thing.
Concentration camps.
Like, this is the thing. The Associated Press fundamentally has like this right-wing bias, right? Like, that's just ultimately the reality of the Associated Press, because, right? Like, who are funding Western journalists? Where do Western journalists get money? Is it maybe through capitalist institutions that have like their own?
How does NPR get their money?
Things, right? So let's think about this for a second. Right? So Associated Press actually goes and they write an article and they talk about it, because the reality is we can have, if we want to live in the real world, we can have a conversation about whether or not China was going too heavy-handed in dealing with the East Turkmenistan movement, which is a terrorist movement. But a lot of Uyghur Muslims, even in Xinjiang, are happy that now they can finally drink alcohol without having to worry about bombing attacks and stabbing attacks. Now we can have a conversation.
Why do they want to drink alcohol? Maybe they have a kind of good reason. As much as we want to do something, it's not always the right thing to do.
about whether or not they were too heavy-handed, about whether or not they're racially profiling.
The propaganda is insane.
The reality
No,
is,
let's have a conversation about concentration camps. Like, maybe we shouldn't be forcing them to eat pork against their religious conscience. Murdering a lot of them is probably wrong. There's really not a conversation to be had. Like, you're defending concentration camps. I think they're wrong.
if
and they're
there's
evil,
a major
and they're
terrorist
terrible.
movement in the United States, how do you think we should respond to that?
A major terrorist move. Well, actually, I can tell you exactly how it happens. Like when the Boston bombers tried to bomb in Boston, they get
No.
due
That's
process.
an individual. That's an individual bombing. Okay.
Yeah. So when ISIS pops up, they still get, if they're American citizens, they get due process rights.
How do you think? Really? The
Yes.
American citizens get due process rights. Tell that to all the Americans that we drone striked in the Middle East.
Hold on a second. No, wait. You mean Americans on American soil? That's what you asked. So it's not like a hypothetical.
Okay, well,
and I'm
let's
not
say-
going to keep on
let's
going
say
down
we get a whole
these
ISIS
weird rabbit
encampment.
holes, right?
Let's say we get a
So
whole ISIS
I just want to
encampment. No, tell
I want
me,
to ask.
tell me.
I want to ask what if they're American citizens, they get due process constitutional rights.
Do they really?
So yeah, I mean Timothy McVeigh got a trial.
Literally, the Supreme Court
Ted Kaczynski
just took away.
Ted
the
Kaczynski
Supreme
just
Court
got a trial.
literally
The
just
Zarnev
took
brothers
away
got a trial.
People's
Did
rights.
they not? No.
Literally just took away people's
The
rights
Sandy
to
Hook
present
shooter
new evidence in
killed
their
himself,
appeals.
but the
okay?
Parkland shooter got a trial. The Buffalo shooter gets a trial. We know that, Marina.
Yeah, because they're white supremacists. Of course, white supremacists are going to get a
What
trial.
about the
in a white
Zarnev? What about the
supremacist
Zarnev brothers?
society,
The
right?
Zarnev brothers, the Boston bombers, did they get a trial?
Yeah, they got a
Okay,
trial.
so you just
But we're-
disproved
you're
your own
talking
point,
about
Marina.
individual terrorists.
Where does cultural Marxism fall under your ideology?
Cultural Marxism is literally a Nazi conspiracy theory. Like literally the Nazis in Nazi Germany invented the phrase cultural Marxism. The fact that you're asking me about it is a pretty telling to who you are.
Oh, you think I'm a Nazi?
Most definitely. I mean, at this point, like you've made it pretty clear.
Why am I a Nazi?
You're asking me questions about cultural Marxism. That's literally like so. In case you don't know,
So let me ask you,
cultural
who's
Marxism.
Antonio Gramsci?
Okay.
Gramsci.
Antonio Gramsci.
Who is he?
Why are you bringing Gramsci into this?
No, but just tell me who he is.
The Italian socialist.
Yeah. So what phrase did he coin?
I don't know. You tell me.
Cultural Marxism.
Oh, okay.
Was he a Nazi?
Okay. No, Antonio.
Oh,
Gramsci
so maybe
was
it
not
didn't
a
come from the
Nazi.
Nazis.
Okay, literally. Look.
So
when
why
people,
would you
like-
say something so false when Gramsci himself came up with the phrase?
Do you know what the conspiracy theory is around cultural Marxism? Then why it got so popular in Germany
Hold on a
in the
second.
1930s?
So let's go back to Gramsci. What did he write about cultural Marxism?
I don't know.
Letters
I'm
from
not
prison.
familiar with all of his
Yeah, you're not
writings.
familiar because you just keep on spouting out these things that call people Nazis, which is super unhelpful and not true. And so, yeah, Antonio Gramsci from prison said that Marxists must adopt a cultural framework alongside an economic framework in order to get the means of what they want to get done. That's not a conspiracy theory. Just read his book.
Okay, but that's different than the phrase cultural Marxism,
How is it
which
different?
is used. What do you mean? How is it
It's
different?
exactly the same thing.
No, it's not exactly the same thing. So what happened is in Nazi Germany, they spread this theory called cultural Marxism. They literally had this theory that Jewish people were secretly like bringing Marxist theory into the mainstream, and literally
That's not at all what anybody on the right talks about.
Are you kidding me? What about the guy who literally just murdered a bunch of people talking about great replacement
Oh,
theory?
you think
You're
he's
telling
on-
me that Tucker Carlson
think-
doesn't talk about that on a regular basis?
Hold on a second. So, first of all, the Buffalo shooter's disgusting and it's awful. And he was more of like a weird leftist than anything on the right. If you actually read what he wrote, he called himself a left-wing authoritarian, which sounds more like you, by the way, than me.
Look,
let me finish talking.
The Nazis pretended to be on the left too, buddy.
Secondly, what is cultural Marxism? Cultural Marxism is developing a cultural framework of deconstructionism or postmodernism to try to break ourselves from the shackles of the Western tradition so that we can embrace the nonsensical economic ideas that you believe in. That's not a conspiracy theory, it's reality. And it was written by Gramsci himself. And if you're not familiar with those writings, well then you're not really equipped to talk about cultural Marxism. You just keep on like, conspiracy theory. Like, yeah, actually you're wrong. Like, go to the roots.
Sure, buddy. Sure.
Is that your response?
Sure.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Charlie. How do people in a Marxist society overcome oppression?
Yeah, well...
They leave.
Okay, sure.
So why don't you live in a Marxist country? I'm just curious.
Why don't I live in a Marxist country? Well, I mean, aside from the fact that I was born here and I would like the United States to be a better place, the reality is, like, when it comes to overcoming oppression, I mean, just look at, once again, Vietnam, right? Vietnam invaded by the United States. Is that not oppression? Or what about North Korea, for example? In North Korea, we killed 1 out of every 5 people in their entire country. Is not the very minimum of evicting colonizers and evicting imperialist armies.
Hold on a second. Why did we invade Korea?
Why did we invade Korea?
I'm asking you.
No, you tell me. Because the truth of the matter is their economy, like, so First and foremost, they were, like, obviously, Imperial Japan was occupying Korea. Then you have the socialists that liberate Korea from Imperial Japan. Then you have all of these powers coming in the middle of Korea at the end of World War II and ended up splicing it up. So the reality is, one of the reasons why we invaded Korea is because we were deeply upset that anybody anywhere in the world would be socialist. Because do you think Korea is going to, like, invade the United States? Do you think right after World
let me ask
War
you a question.
II, they were about to invade?
Where is it a better place to live, Seoul, South Korea, or Pyongyang, North Korea?
I don't know. It depends on who you are.
You believe there's not even a question of who, like an average everyday worker, Pyongyang, North Korea, or Seoul, South Korea, right now?
It really depends on who you are. Ask poor people in South Korea how they're feeling about their system of government.
They are kissing the ground every day that they are.
Why are there so many defectors that defect from North Korea that then defect back to North Korea?
Name one.
What do you mean? I'm not going to list them off by name.
Name one.
Well, you can just Google it.
Oh, you can Google it. Have you ever heard of Yemeni Park?
Yeah.
What about her?
What about her? Do you want to know
the young lady whose father was murdered, she was sold into sex slavery, barely escaped to China, came to America to tell us what's really going on in North Korea?
Okay, buddy. Like, why is she doing conferences with, like,
what?
No, name one.
Well, you can just Google it.
Oh, you can Google it. Every day that they are North Korea.
I don't know. It depends on who you are.
Yang, North Korea.
I don't know. It depends on who you are.
You believe there's not even a question of who, like an average everyday worker, Pyongyang, North Korea, or Seoul, South Korea, right now?
It really depends on who you are. Ask poor people in South Korea how they're feeling about their system of government.
They are kissing the ground every day that they are.
Why are there so many defectors that defect from North Korea that then defect back to North Korea?
Name one.
What do you mean? I'm not going to list them off by name.
Name one.
Well, you can just Google it.
Oh, you can Google it. Have you ever heard of Yemeni Park?
Yeah.
What about her?
What about her? Do you want to know
the young lady whose father was murdered, she was sold into sex slavery, barely escaped to China, came to America to tell us what's really going on in North Korea?
Okay, buddy. Like, why is she doing conferences with, like, the Heritage Foundation? These
because she'll go to anyone that will listen to her firsthand perspective. So hold on a second.
Or maybe perhaps
North Korea is
Hear me out. Did you know that there's like a whole game show in South Korea where they bring on defectors and they're incentivized, right? The more like over the top their story is, right? The more they get paid, right? And the more they keep getting brought on these shows. So the reality is, nobody's going to say that North Korea is a perfect place to live. Nobody's going to say that, right? Nobody's going to say that there aren't terrible things.
It is
hell. But the reality is, there's explicit financial incentives for people to inflate stories about North
let me give you an example that isn't a financial incentive.
Okay, sure.
You look from space at night on South Korea and North Korea. North Korea is dark, and South Korea has lights all over.
Do you think that has anything to do with the sanctions that the United States has on North Korea?
It's North Korea that has imposed a lot of sanctions on the West as well. They develop nuclear technology against us.
Sure.
North Korea could make some choices against us immediately.
Who are their major economic trade partners? Do you think
China, Iran.
Okay, two. You've named two.
Yeah, China and Iran. That's about it. No one else really tried. They're a pariah state.
United States got? Why?
Why is North Korea a pariah state? Because they murder their own citizens and re-educate them?
Or maybe because the United States
because they have gulags all across North Korea?
Maybe it's because the United States has gone out of its way to make sure that every country that we deal with isn't allowed to trade with North Korea.
Let's finish the point.
You think maybe that has an impact on their economic
development? Our intervention in Korea helped create South Korea and make sure that the entire Korean peninsula wasn't going to become all of North Korea.
What happened in South Korea in the 90s? How did they treat disabled people? Because here's the thing.
Let me finish.
They literally, you want to talk about concentration camps.
Let me finish.
South Korea was putting people in concentration camps. They were putting disabled
people,
patently
ridiculous.
Homeless
people. Let me
people.
finish. Thanks to America's intervention, 100 million South Koreans right now live in a free, democratic society. Absent America's intervention,
their society's not democratic.
They would be all like North Korea, which they are poorer, they are unhappier, they have no freedom.
Do you support?
They have no
freedom.
I do support
what about freedom of speech? Do you support the freedom of speech?
Do they have freedom of speech in Pyongyang?
Do they have freedom of speech in South Korea?
Of course they do.
Really? Why is it illegal?
Pyongyang.
No.
Of course they do.
It's actually illegal to say positive things about North Korea in South Korea. So I thought you just said they have freedom of speech, but you don't even know basic laws.
Hold on a second.
You don't know basic laws.
There's probably a pretty good reason for that, but quite honestly.
So wait, they have a good reason. So like for example,
again,
like,
it's a general defense.
Okay,
can you own
okay,
property
so you're
in South
against
Korea?
freedom of speech
yes.
then.
So
You're against freedom of
can you
speech
start
then.
new companies like Hyundai and Samsung? Yes. Can you empower entrepreneurs? Do you have the rule of law? Yes, 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 yes. All of that in South Korea. In North Korea, you can't own property. You can't say anything good, bad, or indifferent. You are silenced by force in North Korea. And
How
so,
come they have a lower incarceration rate than we do?
who in North Korea?
Yeah.
Oh, you trust the North Korean numbers. Everybody's
We're not talking about the North
The
Korean numbers.
whole
If you look at like
country
the CIA's
is incarcerated.
Numbers, you look
Everybody
at the CIA's
is.
numbers about North Korea.
Everybody in North Korea is
So you're
incarcerated
just
by
making up
living there.
platitudes. Like,
No,
come
it's
on.
not. The
Yeah.
whole country's an open air prison state.
Okay, sure,
Next
buddy.
question.
Ben, is there room for religion in Marxism?
Yeah, most definitely, 100%.
How-
Like for example, right? Like let's take people like Fidel Castro, right?
How would he know, bro? How would he know, bro? That's just all I'm saying.
Fidel Castro is Catholic, right? And he was one of probably the best Marxists out there, right? There's a reason why people like
slaughtered
Nelson,
15,000 people with firing squads. But
there's
yeah,
a
great
reason
guy.
why people like Nelson Mandela referred to him as like an inspiration and a friend, right? So are you against Nelson Mandela? Do you think
Part of
Nelson
part
Mandela
of his
was a bad
ideology
person?
was terrible. He was a communist, but
Do you-
part of it was good.
Do you think, okay, so
But
do you,
Nelson Mandela was a communist. I'm not going to...
oh, okay,
He was.
Okay. So,
Yeah,
so
I mean,
like the
his
reality
advocacy against apartheid was great, but his economic views were terrible.
There's actually a really great religious philosophy. I don't know if you're familiar with liberation theology, for example. Actually, one of the reasons why the CIA
it's a blend of
went
Catholicism.
into places like El Salvador to murder people was because liberation theology was so popular, right? Basically, the idea that like under Christianity, right, like you know, Jesus was sort of the God who riots, right? Who goes out of his way basically to stand up for people who are oppressed, goes out of his way to stand up for people who are marginalized, right? He literally said, the meek shall inherit the earth. In fact, the only people that Jesus ever said...
Hey, at least he quoted that right, man. That's crazy. I did not expect him to know that at all.
wouldn't go to heaven were rich people.
He never said that.
In fact, the only people that Jesus ever said wouldn't go to heaven were rich people.
He never said that. He said
literally...
He said it's harder for them to. He said it's easier for... You feel me? What is it? For a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to inherit. You feel me? For a rich man to inherit the kingdom of heaven. I'm pretty sure that's, you feel me, or to get into the kingdom of heaven. I'm not trying to misquote.
He did.
It's a misquotation. He said it's harder to get into heaven. But and by the way, if you go back to the actual Koine Greek, it is lover of money, not rich. But that's fine. You're not totally wrong.
Okay, right? So like the reality is like there are tons of different religions that are like completely compatible with Marxism, and there's nothing inherently against it. Now, Marx had specific theories about religion.
He said
and
it was the
Marxism.
opiate of the masses.
Yeah, he said it's the opiate of masses, which a lot of people misinterpret, right? A lot of people misinterpret. See, what Marx meant by that was that, you know, religion plays a very critical cultural role in alleviating pain and suffering that marginalized people feel, which is very understandable, right?
But it's like acting like it's some kind of, when you say it's an opiate, it's like acting like it's some kind of illusion. It's just, you feel like it's a drug that suppresses something for a while. But you feel me? But it doesn't alleviate the pain fully. That's where I would kind of like make that argument towards religion. You feel me? Where it's just like, it's actually the opposite. You know, you feel me? It's nowhere near like drugs where it's not an opiate. It's a guarantee. You know, I would say religion is a guarantee to the masses. They feel more safe, sanctioned, understood. You know, like I didn't like religion. I didn't want to be in da-da-da, but that literally is what saved my life. You know, it's crazy.
Like if you're struggling in a very difficult world, like obviously turning to religion, believing that there's a higher power, believing that even in your difficult circumstances, that if you work hard and you be the best person you can be, there's going to be an afterlife waiting for you. Where you'll be able to live in peace, right? Like, none of that is contradictory to capitalism, but it is about the reality, or none of that is contradictory to Marxism. But it's central to this reality is the idea that so many people, they only have religion as an outlet for self-expression because capitalism forces people into such brutal conditions.
That's not true.
Capitalism forces people into what conditions?
Brutal conditions.
Such as?
Such as, are you kidding me? There's literally right-wingers out there that are calling for child labor to be brought back. Are we not going to talk about the way coal miners get treated in the United States of America?
You were supporting the CCP, and they're like the heart of child labor in the world. So, like, don't give me that. Child labor is illegal in America. So how is that exactly the case?
Look, where was China 20 years ago versus where's China
Poor,
today?
and they got rich largely because
Where's
we
China
offshored our
today?
labor. So hold on, let's be very clear about the China stuff before I go back to another point I want to make. China got rich off of our deindustrialization and a massive labor arbitrage because they could undercut our wages.
And whose fault is that?
Well, of course it's our own fault. That's not the point. The point is that it wasn't because of the brilliance of Xi Jinping. It was because of the treachery and their ability to exploit their own citizens as pseudo-slaves to go make a bunch of plastic and fentanyl and bring it back into the West.
See, but this
they
is
don't.
Because I don't really know why.
create new stuff. They don't start new companies. They simply just say we have more people.
Are you telling me that Huawei? Are you telling me Huawei
They're a
is
bunch of
creating new
thieves.
stuff?
They steal Western technology.
Sure,
Yeah.
buddy. Okay. Then who's sending vaccines all over the world?
Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, and Moderna.
Really? Because the United States is sending that many vaccines?
Well,
Like,
I hope we
last
don't
year-
send that many vaccines, but I mean,
Like, okay, literally last year, China
I
was
hope we're
sending
not sending
about
vaccines.
half of all the vaccines that they made around the world. They were sending to other countries like half of all the vaccines that they made. There's a lot of people that are vaccinated today specifically
I'm sorry to
because
hear
of the
that,
hard work
but,
and dedication
geez,
of
that-
people in China.
Hope nothing happens to them.
Right.
I wouldn't trust the Chinese vaccine, let alone a Pfizer vaccine. But yeah, so I just want to get to this. I have a more interesting, I think more important question. Do you think human beings are naturally good?
Human beings are naturally social, right? Which means that human beings could be good or evil, right? The reality is that like what makes us good is also what makes us evil, right? Because the reality is like, what would you do for your family, right?
A lot.
You would do a lot, right? I think we would all be. The reality is
I'm hoping this makes sense.
that like what makes us good is also what makes us evil, right? Because the reality is like, what would you do for your family, right?
A lot.
You would do a lot, right? I think we would all basically do anything for our families. And that is both what makes us so capable of goodness and kindness, but it's also what makes us so capable of vicious evil. Because the reality is, if we thought that people were threatening our families, we would do a lot of terrible things, right? But if we work together with other people and other families, and we extend our minds to understand that we have a shared sort of societal experience, then we're going to do a lot of good things for each other. So ultimately, when it comes to whether or not human beings are good or evil, we're just naturally social. We want to fit in and be part of a society. So ultimately, it really depends on the way society is structured that determines whether or not we end up being good or evil. But it is all basically from us being pro-social.
So why is it that every civilization encounters the same problems then, regardless of its circumstances?
What do you mean every civilization? What do you mean the same problems? What do you think these problems are?
I'll articulate it. From the Aztecs to the Incans to the Mayans to the Egyptians, the Indus River Valley, to the Chinese Empire, the British Empire, Attila the Hun, to Genghis Khan, to Julius Caesar, to the Greek or Roman Empire, they all go through the same sort of cycle.
So
where they start to allocate power to a lesser and lesser group of people. They start to then create a pseudo-dictatorship under the false promises of empowering people. And then the cycle of selfishness, murder, strife, division, famine continues on end. And the only thing that ever the Chinese Empire, the British Empire, Attila the Huns, to the Mayans, to the civilization encounters the same problems then, regardless of its circumstances.
What do you mean every civilization? What do you mean the same problems? What do you think these problems are?
I'll articulate it. From the Aztecs to the Incans to the Mayans, to the Egyptians, the Indus River Valley, to the Chinese Empire, the British Empire, Attila the Hun, to Genghis Khan, to Julius Caesar, to the Greek or Roman Empire, they all go through the same sort of cycle.
So
where they start to allocate power to a lesser and lesser group of people. They start to then create a pseudo-dictatorship under the false promises of empowering people. And then the cycle of selfishness, murder, strife, division, famine continues on end. And the only thing that ever broke that cycle was the West. The only thing that ever broke that.
Okay, how come the Iroquois Confederacy didn't have those problems?
Oh, so tell me about the Iroquois Confederacy and the great contribution to humanity they made.
I mean, do you like the United States Constitution?
Oh, you think that our Constitution is derived by the Iroquois Confederacy?
I mean, ask Benjamin Franklin. He would admit it very directly and explicitly.
He didn't write the Constitution.
It doesn't matter, right? All of the founding fathers
No, it actually
played a
does
role
matter.
in it. No,
So, let me tell you, if you
all
actually,
of the
hold on.
Well,
So,
ask James Madison.
yeah,
then,
how
right?
about, so let me get this. What Federalist paper is the Iroquois Confederacy mentioned in?
It doesn't matter. The
Yeah,
Federalist
because it
Papers.
really wasn't
Do
an
you think
inspiration.
the Federalist Papers were the only thing that were written back then?
No, but it was the most. Hamilton, Madison, and Jay went through private musings of why they wrote the Constitution
And do you think that
defended
they didn't care what Benjamin Franklin
Hold
or
on a
George
second.
Washington
So
had
wait.
to say?
So I want to make sure I understand this right. So the Iroquois Confederacy, you think, is where we got separations of power, separated powers, consent of the governed, independent judiciary, and consent to the governed. Not the Pilgrim colonies or the Bible or the Mayflower Compact. Or
George Washington had to say.
So I want to make sure I understand this right. So the Iroquois Confederacy, you think, is where we got separations of power, separated powers, consent of the governed, independent judiciary, and consent to the governed. Not the Pilgrim colonies or the Bible or the Mayflower Compact or the Magna Carta or the writings of Augustine Aquinas, Hume, Burke, Locke,
none of the people
or
that were
Hobbes.
alive at the time. John Locke. Look, where do you think where do you think these people said that they got their ideas? Like the reality is, why do you think the Enlightenment came after all of these colonizers started visiting people in North America.
so you believe in this like weird, unfounded, mystical belief that
It's
we
not
stole
unfounded. This is
from
actually
the
like
indigenous
This is
people?
actually a very standard understanding of world history. If you have even a marginal
Hold on a
understanding
second.
of
So
anthropology.
you think that John Locke stole from indigenous people?
Are you kidding me? All of the Enlightenment philosophers stole from
All of them.
indigenous folks.
So what did Kant steal from the indigenous people?
Like, are you kidding me?
The categorical imperative came from some tribesmen.
No, not the categorical imperative. They don't have to necessarily steal every single
That's
thing.
so let me get this.
But like, the reality
Machiavelli, what did he study? Because we didn't colonize when Machiavelli started writing. What did he steal?
Machiavelli. I just heard that name before. I don't know who it is. Machiavelli.
It's a really interesting character.
No, what did he steal from indigenous people?
I mean, I wouldn't say that, like, Machiavelli, to my understanding, he didn't really interact with people like indigenous folks
Yeah, but
in North
okay, so
America,
nothing
right?
there. How about Aquinas? What did he study? What did he steal from indigenous people?
What do you think these people, like this is the thing. This is the whole mythology of the
No,
United
but just
States.
build out
It's
your argument,
completely
please. Like,
unhinged,
prove it.
right?
Like, give specifics because it's rather critical, right? So, like, what did Aquinas steal from indigenous people?
Like, okay, you're naming random people. I'm
No,
talking
they're
about
not
the
random
founding
people.
fathers in the United States.
Okay.
Did Aquinas write the Constitution?
Aquinas inspired every single founding father. They all read it. They knew it backwards and forwards. John Adams said no individual theorist or author was more instrumental to my metaphysical worldview than Thomas Aquinas.
That's because, look, are we going to ignore the fact that the founding fathers were incredibly racist? Do you think that they were...
okay,
like,
so you think they were racist?
Of course they were racist.
So then why did they try
Where
to abolish
did George
slavery?
Washington get his teeth?
Okay, so how many states decided instrumental to my metaphysical worldview forwards? John Adams said no individual theorist or author. Not
Founding
random people.
fathers in the United States.
Okay.
Did Aquinas write the Constitution?
Aquinas inspired every single founding father. They all read it. They knew it backwards and forwards. John Adams said no individual theorist or author was more instrumental to my metaphysical. Okay.
Did Aquinas write the Constitution?
Aquinas inspired every. It's rather critical, right? So, like, what did Aquinas steal from indigenous people?
Like, okay, you're naming random people. I'm
No,
talking
they're
about
not
the
random
founding
people.
fathers in the United States.
Okay.
Did Aquinas write the Constitution?
Aquinas inspired every single founding father. They all read it. They knew it backwards and forwards. John Adams said no individual theorist or author was more instrumental to my metaphysical worldview than Thomas Aquinas.
That's because, look, are we going to ignore the fact that the founding fathers were incredibly racist? Do you think that they were...
okay,
like,
so you think they were racist?
Of course they were racist.
So then why did backwards and forwards? John Adams said no individual theorist or author was more instrumental to my metaphysical worldview than Thomas Aquinas.
That's because, look, are we going to ignore the fact that the founding fathers were incredibly racist? Do you think that they were...
okay,
like,
so you think they were racist?
Of course they were racist.
So then why did they try to abolish
Where did George
slavery?
Washington get his teeth?
Okay, so how many states decided to make the Northwest
actually,
Territories?
Answer this question. Where did George Washington get his teeth?
They were blended individuals, no doubt, mixed. But you know what you and I both have in common?
No, I want to answer the question because I want to make sure that your audience knows
I would
exactly
assume
where
that he
George
probably
Washington
got them.
his teeth.
So to make him look bad, you're going to say he got him from a slave or he exploited somebody. But here's the truth about George Washington.
He ripped teeth out of people's heads while they were alive. He ripped teeth
Here's
out
the
of people's
truth
heads
about George Washington.
to put in his mouth.
Outside of your Nicole Hannah-Jones highly emotive argument, everybody has something in common. We're born into a world we didn't create, and every one of these founding fathers were born into a world where slavery was everywhere. By the time they died, it was on its way out.
Do you know
That's
what
an
Thomas
incredible
Paine said about
moral
slavery?
good.
It wasn't on its way out when they were all dead.
Hold on a second. How many states abolished slavery by the time the
you know what
Constitution
Thomas
was? How
Paine
many
said
states
about
abolished slavery by 1787? 9 out of 13. So a majority of states had already abolished it. Northwest Territories.
Why did they structure the Constitution in such a way to give slave states more representation?
Happy to walk through it. Northwest Territories, first act of Congress, free or slave area? Free. Unanimous. Article 6 of the Northwest Territory. First state to abolish slavery, Vermont, 1777, inspired by the writings of the Declaration. First anti-slavery convention, 1775, chaired by Benjamin Franklin.
When is slavery?
George Washington said it's not a question of if, it's a matter of when we abolish slavery. Thomas Jefferson admonished King George in the original draft of the Declaration of Independence.
That means very
saying
little.
that slavery is a great evil that we blame King George for.
He was also very
Thomas
angry.
Jefferson abolished the slave trade into America. Hold on a second.
For telling them they couldn't
One
keep
second.
killing indigenous folks.
Thomas Jefferson said very clearly in the Virginia House of Commons in 1790 that we must abolish slavery. He abolished the importation of new slaves as one of his first active president in March of 1807. The founding fathers fought
You know
tooth
what
and
happened
nail
as a result
to
of that
abolish
policy?
slavery. So you have a misrepresentation, an intentional
you know what happened as a
polemical
result of
argument
that?
to try to misrepresent the great heroes of the founding fathers.
When they banned
who
the
were
importation
inspired.
of slaves, what happened?
What ended up happening was the slave trade went down, Eli Whitney creates the cotton gin, and a whole new debate of slavery gets reignited.
No, see, that's actually not true, right? The reality is,
What
do you
ended
know
up
what
happening?
happened? The slave trade, I guess, went down, if you're talking about international trade. The United States set up literal farms where human beings were bred. Human beings were bred
No,
and
no, no.
forced
Slavery
to get
was
pregnant,
going down
to have
dramatically
children,
in the
to
18
expand
teens.
Slavery.
18 teens, it's going down. 9 out of 13 states
Wait,
that
you were
abolished
just talking
it.
about the 1770s, and now all of a sudden we're at the 18
Hey, guess
teens.
what?
We just
guess
jumped
what?
50
Guess what?
years.
Thomas Jefferson was president in 1807. So you got to get your years right, okay, before we talk about this. So he was sworn in March of 1807. He was governor of Virginia in 1790. Wrote the Declaration in 1776.
So when did slavery end in the United States?
Great question. It began to end in 1777, a process of decoupling from an ancestral evil, where we have more people in the world right now that are slaves today than back then. The process began 1820s. The debate reignites because of John C. Calhoun, the creation of the cotton gin. We fight a war over it. We win the war, and slavery is abolished. That's a pretty awesome track record for a country that inherited an evil that every other country prior to it had. It was the West that got rid of slavery. It was William Wilberforce. It was John Edwards. It was George Whitefield. It's easy to kind of do your thing like, well, it's terrible, it's bad. Yes, it's easy to call balls and strikes on a society you didn't create. It's easy to try to lecture the rest of the country, be like, you know, these people are so terrible for something you didn't toil for or sacrifice for. Have an ounce of gratitude
They were
for
slave
what
owners.
these people
They were
created
slave owners.
and the country you get to live
in. It was the
in.
slaves that were toiling. They were slave owners. Also, by the way, slavery
question.
was never abolished. We literally have it in the Constitution to this very day.
Oh, I'm sorry, what's the 13th Amendment?
Thank you, gentlemen. Ben, we'll hear your closing remarks now.
Yeah, fundamentally, at the end of the day, the state can work to suppress the interests of capitalists, or it can work to suppress the interests of the workers. In the United States of America today, it is clearly suppressing the interests of workers. Just look at the difficulty that people have in terms of forming labor unions, demanding higher wages, even getting access to basic health care that even other capitalist countries have. Right? Then you have a lot of countries that have been the victims of colonialism, that have states that serve the interests of the working class people, and while they have a very difficult starting point, the reality is they are surpassing the United States now in a time frame that is rapidly outpacing the development that happened in the United States. So ultimately, the reality is we can choose for the government to serve the interests of the very rich few, or we can have a government that serves average working class folks.
So I just have one question, I'm sorry. Do you trust the government?
This government? No. But once again, we have to ask the nature of the state.
But then why would you want to make that government bigger?
No. It's not about making the government bigger. It's about changing the fundamental structure of the government so that it serves the interests of workers instead of the interests of capital. And in fact, this is one of the things that, like the fundamental dishonesties that I think come from people like you. You point to a capitalist government, say, look, it's not working for workers. We should have less government and give capitalists more power. But the reality is, right, and this is the fundamental reality, that it's the nature of the government that's the problem. You're unwilling to admit the very fact that our government is fundamentally serving the interests of capital as opposed to serving the interests of the workers. And that if we were to flip the system on its head, then it would work a lot better.
At its best, it's the opposite. It serves the function of the liberty of individuals, the pursuit of virtue. Yeah, I mean, look, in closing, human beings aren't naturally good. We're actually naturally awful to each other. And human history shows that. We have the same problems over and over again, and the government needs to be strong but small. And the Founding Fathers built that beautiful government that people like you are trying to destroy in a country that you refuse to leave. Here's how you know you live in a great country, that even those who say they hate it refuse to leave. Every person in China that would be given a chance to go out, almost every person would leave almost instantaneous.
Why don't they?
Because they're not allowed to.
Really? People move to the United
Cuba.
States from China all the time.
Those that are allowed.
What do you
very
mean
few.
those that are allowed?
In Venezuela,
You're
in
just
Cuba,
banking
in
on
Iran,
people not knowing about
there
any
are
of these
millions
countries.
of people that would do anything to leave these disastrous experiments. And I have met far too many victims of communism to take any of your arguments seriously. People that have the
people
wounds to show it.
You mean
the pastors that were in jail for decades in the Soviet Union for doing nothing
like the
wrong.
plantation owners that had their plantations
The
stolen
people
by
like
Fidel
Alexander
Castro.
Solzhenitsyn that wrote about it endlessly. The Cubans in Miami that had to build life rafts to save their own lives.
Owners that had their plantations
The
stolen by
people like
Fidel
Alexander
Castro.
Solzhenitsyn.
Plantation owners that had their plantations
The
stolen by
people like
Fidel
Alexander
Castro.
Solzhenitsyn that wrote about it endlessly. The Cubans in Miami that had to build life rafts to save their own lives because of the oppressive Castro regime. The people from Venezuela and Cuba and Argentina. I'm going to trust them a lot more than a smug, sanctimonious person with a super bizarre laugh that read a couple things online that sound good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. He called up. I was waiting. I was like, are you gonna talk? Like, I know you're pissed off. Is it just me? Is it just the recording? Because that nigga's laugh is crazy. I was like, he has to say something about it.
That had to build life rafts to save their own lives because of the oppressive Castro. The
Stolen by
people like
Fidel
Alexander
Castro.
Solzhenitsyn that wrote about it endlessly. The Cubans in Miami that had to build life rafts to save their own lives because of the oppressive Castro regime. The people from Venezuela and Cuba and Argentina. I'm going to trust them a lot more than a smug, sanctimonious person with a super bizarre laugh that read a couple things online that sound good. Thank you.
Buddy.
Okay, buddy. Okay, pal. Okay, buddy. Dang, I gotta pee.